is Skycat Live. It is sorry, I can't see it that well. I can't see it because Windows blocking it. Why would you block the clock? Wow, Windows inside the first 5 seconds. 11:30 a.m. on 3/20/2024, which is a Wednesday, March 20th, 2024. And I love you guys. Hi, I'm Skycat Live, and I'm better than you. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Or am I? I'm not better than you. I'm just the same as you. I love you. And thank you for tuning into my stream. And it is a pleasure to see you. Today, I will be playing some Mortal 2, some Final Fantasy 11, and some EVE Online. I know it's the same old thing, but I mean, like, there's a new game coming, and the New World season is coming, and there's all this stuff coming, and so we will go through the various different things and make sure that I am monitoring everything with my table sur le table sur le table sur le table sur le table. No. I am trying to go to EVE Online, and save. And there we are. We are public on YouTube, and I am sorry. I'm just trying to get the stream all done. I'm multi-streaming and recording, and it is a process to get it up and going each day, but it should be done here in a minute. I am done with the big screen, and I'm going to switch it on down to the other screen. There you go. And and how are we looking here? Yes, we're good. We're live. Yeah, looks good to me. And double check. I don't know where that's black, but yes. And finally, reload. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah. There we go. All right, and yeah, that's it. And then we go and we're ready. And now I shall play some video games. Let us play some video games. Yeah, why not? Going to pick some wolf peaches. Depleted. And I have wood. And I think I'm going to just start stockpiling it and continue to chop wood. But I think I want to buy 60 golden bags, which is kind of dumb, but I think I will buy 60 golden bags, which is kind of crazy. But first, we will go to the EVE and we will check for... Oh, did I flag up? No, I did not flag up, but I need Nin... oh, I suppose I should actually... Yeah, oh, yeah, and where is what? How is that right? Wait, what? Okay, I guess I put it in
You've been examined.
storage or something. Yeah, that should do. Hopefully. Why am I leveling in again? Um. Yes, I am seeking. No, I don't have to level ninja. I don't think I'm gonna. Or, I mean, I do. I do have to level ninja to 37. Do I? No. I don't, but it would be nice to do. It's costing me a lot of money, and it's putting me around people that I don't want to be around. I think I will.
Incoming party invite.
Yay. Gotta go do Eco Sandy now. So let's go do Eco Sandy. Eco Warrior Sandy is Lion Springs Tavern. I don't think I need anything else, do I? I don't think so. This is the level 31 or whatever. Yeah, so I'm just gonna bring tigers in case. This is like, yeah, there we go. I think. I don't know. I'll tell him my group from South Sandoria. Okay. Okay, cool. That saves us time. What's the fastest thing to do here? I need to go to Juneau because I don't want to go to fucking stupid fucking Comrade. Uh, why did you fuck up Comrade so bad, you fucking idiot Horizon developers? Why did you fuck up the BCNM drops, and all these assholes are getting loot they don't deserve? And I see some other problems, kind of like the Eco Warrior. It's pretty much funding like the XP of the entire fucking server, and I don't really understand that. Like, I don't understand that. That is not era FFXI in any way or form. Okay. I mean, I guess Eco Warrior was something that Square made. I don't know. I'm of two minds of it, but I mean, I think it kind of hurts the experience. I think it hurts Era. I don't believe it is Era. Now, why wouldn't you change jobs? Change jobs, asshole. Just go. Just go. Yeah, like there's a lot. I'm seeing here a lot here. I see why. When this server started, it had like 5,600 people. Now it's down at 1,800 or something like that. And I think like 3,000 or so of the private people, they finally began to see. It's not that the server's bad or that it's on a downward spiral or anything. It's that some of the decisions just sort of jaded what era actually was like, and Eco Warrior is one of them. But here I am abusing it, so. Lion Springs Tavern. Gotta change again. And bring. Change jobs to Ninja for this. Yeah. That way I have Tonko. And I will. I will just. Maybe I have. Sneak stuff. No. No, I don't. And I'll have to buy them, which is so annoying. Yeah, the Barboy axe. Yeah, I don't care, whatever. So dumb. And I'll have to buy Sneak Oil if I intend to do this. I need Tonko and Sneak, and that way it's like lol face for me. I just need to buy meds. Medicine. Sneak Oil. Silent Oil. 6,000. Son of a fucking bitch, man. Alright, there we go. Is it the first one? I can't remember. It is. There it is. Ah, god damn it! Someone stole my telly. On for it. Go. Yes, go. I'll just put the silent oil in my fucking mug wardrobe and I'll have it forever. And I guess there's really no reason to leave this client logged in right now. Since I'm doing this, I'll just like drop it so it doesn't eat up my bandwidth and we'll go do Eco Warrior Sandy. I need Nora Haye in Southern Sandoria, K6. It's way over there on the northeast side, okay. And with this I'll get my Octave Club, which is sweet. I don't need those people anymore. With the Octave Club I can just solo the rest of the fucking way up. I don't need those guys anymore. I don't need their bad camps with their bad pets and their bad fucking nut-sicking pets on ads. I don't need that anymore. It's nice, but I don't need it as of today. You know, I can take it if I want it, but oops. Now this is Nora Haye. Lion Springs Tavern. I've got some serious complaints about the server. The ones that I yelled at them about at the town meeting that I never attended again. And it was my main thing was Conrad is a goddamn embarrassment. You fucked my nation. You fucked me. Conrad is such a fuck move. And I don't want to change to another nation. I don't want to do all the rank missions. I hate the rank missions. And Conrad is such a fuck move. Such a fuck move. I got to tell you. The Comrade NPC, I bitched about that one, and I mean it because it costs me at least 10 minutes every single day. It fucking pisses me off. It's unnecessary, and I frankly would like hurt someone over it. It's so unreasonable. It has stolen thousands of, I mean, not thousands, but it stole tens of hours of my life by now. That fucking Comrade, fucking straight fuck up, like malicious fuck up. They moved the NPC. It was a malicious fuck up. Or if they didn't move it, then the original NPC should have never been where it was. It's disgusting. It adds like a fucking extra 5 minute elevator fiasco every single time you want to do anything. And I complained about it. I screamed about it for like 5 town meetings. And when I realized they weren't going to change it, I was like, nope. And so I guess fuck Bastock. And everybody went Sandoria, which is ridiculous. Sandoria sucks. And so then, Wendy and Bastock have always been best. That's ridiculous. It's like they swayed the nation with their bad design. They added these stupid bosses at the beginning, right in the first few weeks, that were just stupid and they weren't implemented well, and they confused us all. That was unnecessary and wasn't Terra at all. There was this eco warrior stuff. It's really fun and I'm glad it's there, but the amount that it pays has turned it into this weekly, and it's like a weekly, and FFXI was never a weekly game. It was never a weekly. You were lucky to catch an eco warrior. Eco warrior was not common. It wasn't a huge part of the society, and so I see that he wanted to add this into the gameplay, and it's not bad. I am complaining, but it's that, like, that wasn't what Era was. That is not what Era was. One could complain that half of FFXI actually was dual boxing, and whether or not you like dual boxing, I don't. It still sort of sucks that you're telling them that they can't do it. That's sort of Nazi. It's sort of Nazi. If they want to do that, I think they should be able to. And like, or some such. I mean, I don't know. He I'm not complaining about that one in a way where I'm not bitter about it. I think he did the best he could with that. And yeah, wow. I can't even help these guys. I'm just here to collect. Wow.
Incoming tell.
Oh. Oh, I didn't know.
Incoming tell.
Seven,
Incoming tell.
6, 5, 4, 3. I can't see because of the stupid ass UI. I can't see. For fuck's sake. Goddamn stupid video games. Why can't I find this? It's making me really nervous. There it is. You got more than a bat on you. I think the bunnies got an AoE. No, I can't even do. Oh, yeah. I can't sick because the bunnies AoE will aggro other things, I think. My F keys aren't working because of my keyboard. There we go. Disengage. I don't want to fight anywhere near this thing. Get away from it. Yep. Fuck this. I don't even have sick. This is the sort of stuff Yoshi P didn't want. Lol face collect XP. Not till Abyssia anyways. At Abyssia he did. He wanted it. He wanted worms. But I don't think he wanted this in Era. this steady flow. I mean, I guess, yeah, I mean, they did do Eco Warrior. It's just, I don't remember Eco Warrior being a big thing. I mean, I remember doing it a bunch of times, like 4 or 5 times, but I don't remember it being this, like, steady thing. I don't know. But then, in Era, we were all in a rush to get to Cap anyways. I guess when you're at Cap and it's 20 years have passed by, Eco Warrior is kind of like, you know, really good. It's like a good thing, you know? I'm not disparaging it. It's just, I don't know how, I don't know if FFXI was ever this easy. This seems a little easy to me, but I don't know. 6,000. Oh, thank you. Hey. Why is every BST using sheep? It is the most common, the least common worst jug. Fucking sheep everywhere. They're all sheep. It's like Eric wanted them to. They're like their inferior knowledge of BST is like, so he like knows it and it's like an inside private joke. So he like made sheep slightly stronger or something like that. So he could show the like the people chasing the meta, but I mean, sheep is not the fucking meta. Has never been. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, but I mean, sheep were there in Era. They were all over the place. You would see them, but it wasn't like the end all be all. Not at all. Sheep are not common. Not really. It was curry or fucking carry was common. You know. Is Gwen gonna die? Maybe. I can help him, I guess. It'll be a bad decision if I do, though, maybe. If he links other goblins, I just want to make sure he doesn't die. This mugger probably won't kill him, per se. I'm gonna help him. Fuck it. It's okay. The bomb sucks. I'm not getting involved anywhere near the goblin himself. What's with the other goblin, and where did he go? I do like this. I mean, it's really fun, but I think the XP is too easy. I don't remember Eco Warrior being this thing that, like, I don't remember it being this thing that was that good. You know, I don't know, but I guess, you know, everybody's memory is different. I obviously have brain damage. I don't know. But I don't remember Eco Warrior being a thing in fucking Era. Maybe it just wasn't on Fenrir. But Eco Warrior was extremely fucking rare, just like Garrison. You didn't see these weekly runs. It wasn't in the chat spamming. People were too busy running to cap and trying to figure out how to make 10,000 gil. Not these guys walking around with a million gil. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's trying to figure out how to make 10,000 gil, not a million gil. And a lot of this is not Era. Not even close. It's a 20-year-old, completely sussed out, meta, min-maxed, you know, and that's okay. But it's weird because but like if you add, like, I'm sorry, not add things, but I don't know. I'm gonna just stop complaining. It's not that I dislike Eco Warrior. I just don't remember it being this core fundamental of FFXI in anywhere form. And I think in this server it's about to be the only fundamental. And that seems really weird. But after 20 years, I can have an open enough mind to be like, if he wants to change it, let him. It's his server. Go ahead. I just don't believe Eco Warrior was a large part of the ecosystem in FFXI in Era. I don't remember it that way. I don't remember running it a lot. I remember it, but I don't remember running it a lot. I don't remember running Garrison a lot. I don't remember like any of the added content and all this. And I'm sorry, but like, I don't know. Some of it should be observed. Some of that Era stuff should be observed, I think. But the comrade NPC I felt was malicious, like kind of. It felt malicious to me. It still feels malicious to me. It's malicious to me. Sandy and Wendy, they don't fucking waste goddamn hundreds of hours of their life on the comrade NPC. They don't. They run, but they don't run like I do, and they don't deal with that toxic fucking elevator and all the elevator problems, and the fact that it's really hard to focus on that fucking 30-second elevator ride or whatever. It's just like, Jesus Christ, man, that's a form of special torture. He doesn't like Bastock. And they were like, we don't, that is Era. It's Era. Comrade was up there in Era. I think he was, you know? I think he was, but it's still sort of malicious. It's just like that QFIM run that goddamn Nasomi and Wings did. It was malicious. It was frankly malicious. Like, they should have just linked the crystals. I don't know. I really had an issue with their run speed. I lectured him about that a couple of times. I was like, your run speed is not even up to par with retail. That's not Era. You know what I'm saying? Era didn't have fast run speed, but I mean, like, why shouldn't you? You're the private server. The run speed is a goddamn atrocious joke. And all this other stuff, and I lectured him about it. I left forum posts. I went in their town hall meetings and screamed. I was like, I'm sorry, but trust me, dude, I've been on privates for like 6 years, and I have some fundamental problems with some of the things that you did. I really did. I was like, no, like, I don't know. Because a lot of it seemed maliciously to only affect me. Like, I don't have the time to go run and gill like these boys sitting in Halbergs last night. I just don't have the fucking time. I don't know how they do either. They're my age and they've got the time for fucking Halbergs. They're maining the game, which is good. But also, I don't remember Halbergs year one. 20-year meta, it's toxic in and of itself. These private developers, and it's not just Horizon. I've seen this on several private servers. It's not just Horizon. They need to be working it. They need to be working to make it where it's not toxic to the player, and it's maybe not Era, and it's hard to find that middle level where you acknowledge that 20 years have passed and nothing's a challenge and everybody knows everything. And the industry's in a tizzy about this. I hear them talking about it in the videos all the time. They're like, how do we get around data mining? How do we get around the fact that metagaming has pretty much destroyed the challenge of any modern game? And they're like, how do we defeat this? You can see Miyazaki with Dark Souls, with the Souls likes and all that. He's been battling that for a long time. He keeps trying to come up with creative fucking ways to just stop their metagaming because it destroys the mystery. And so that's not what's happening on these private servers, but it's something very similar to it. 20 years of history. 20 years of history. And we obviously know everything that there is to know about the game, and that's something you can't escape. But I don't know. I don't think FFXI was ever burn parties. I don't think it was ever chaining weeklies. I don't think it's all the same problems that all the modern MMOs went through, like with WoW and the dailies and WoW with you know. And I don't think their vision, I don't think Eric's vision is what retail was. It's not how I recall it. I remember sitting in Cape Tarigan a lot. I remember sitting in Kuftal Tunnel a lot. I remember dying to Gwyver a lot. I remember dunes, way more dunes than I care to remember. I remember dying in BCNMs a lot because they were not easy. They were really not easy, not in any way or form. Almost any of them. I remember, all that stuff. And part of that is we just didn't know the game, So it's this insurmountable. I have a lot of sympathy for Eric and that crew. They're trying to surmount this thing of we want you to feel like you're loved and you're supported here and you have quality of life changes, but we also cannot jade the Era experience. But the Era experience was not weeklies. The era experience was not Burns. I mean, it was, but it was like way later on, like 2-3 years later. We would have Arrow Burns in King Rampart's Tomb 60 plus. Not this level 38 on Ladybug stuff that they do on private servers, or all this other stuff that they do. Not sitting like on the Somi, we would sit at lead to lore for pretty much all of level 30 to 40 because there just wasn't any camps, because the balance of the mobs is not right. And the camps are not very normal. And I'm seeing people use pets because they're not balanced correctly. I'm seeing, all this jank. And I'm sorry, but and those people that are abusing those game mechanics, then and I'm not. I feel a little bit like I don't know, and that gets critical in a way that's just too negative that I shouldn't follow that line, But I see people writing it a lot, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm sorry, that is not era. That is not era. And that's all I have to say about that. It is not pure. It is this. But I mean, with 20 years past, I don't know how it could be. I think Eric would say that too. With 20 years past, I don't know how it could be. And it's bitter for me. I do this because I'm looking for new experiences in how the gameplay plays out and the sociality around those new experiences of how the gameplay plays out. And I felt like interesting new camps were good, but I don't think they were very logistical. Okay. What do? I go instant warp? Oh no. Can I pull enough mobs to die? Well, I mean, yeah, that's a silly question. I'm sure I can pull enough mobs to die. Let's see. Walking in Final Fantasy XI or losing 5,000 XP. Let's see. I'll take the death. No contest. Got it right. Okay, good. So, alright, we're gonna pull fucking everything, I guess. Wait. Maybe I can get, a D2? No. Because I'd be like, hey, I'll pay you 2K for a D2. Yeah, well, I mean, I got a bunch of XP anyways, so whatever. I mean, did I ding? No, I haven't turned in yet. So, I suppose the death doesn't really matter because the XP, is gonna sort of mitigate it. But god damn it, I hate the warp thing, and I don't like carrying around cudgels, and I don't like doing the whole stupid, pointless gameplay that they edited out by 2006. And it's like that old bitter. I play too many new games to not be bitter about all this stupid lack of quality of life. I think if I were to do a private server of FFXI, I would force an extra inventory slot, and I would put a blue ring in there that teleported you every 10 fucking minutes that just reset forever. And I would force it on every single player so they don't need to worry about piece of shit instant warp fucking mechanics that they edited out by 2008. I'm sorry, but it's, and I don't know. But that's not era, right? And that's the problem. I don't know. It's like, how do you meet in the center? And I think about it all the time. How do you meet it in the center? I've been listening to a lot of Timothy Kane lately, and like, the synchronized dance that is MMORPGs to me is frankly boring. There is not enough emergent gameplay in it, like extraction shooters or whatever the fuck. I mean, FFXI has it in spades. It's really good at that extraction feel. But and Timothy Kane talked about this like a couple of days ago. It's like, how do we keep it challenging in a min-max environment? And I don't know. You have to make changes so that people have quality of life, but you can't jade the experience to something that they don't want it to be or whatever. I don't want to navigate. Can't you just kill me? Just kill me. Oh, Oh god, the walking speed.
Your skill has increased.
It was atrocious when when the game started. Like, there's all these other problems. Like, I don't know, man. So, and it comes across like I'm complaining, but I'm not. I'm complaining about the fact that it seems like a problem that we made for ourselves, and we built all these foundations, and then now we can't change it. Now we can't get around the metagame. And it's, I'm like, honestly, I think most people would rather walk to Sandy than take the blood port. So I just take the blood port these days because I'm just like, hey, it's faster. It's just faster. It's faster, and that sort of stuff. Like so there's like this need and desire to speed it up, but there's not this desire to make it easy. And I don't know how they can reconcile those two things. I have no desire to make this easy, but I cannot stand
your skill has increased.
How much of my time it steals, And I shouldn't have signed up for this MMO lifestyle without it, but I also don't know. I was like, without understanding that was how it was going to be. How am I getting this much evasion skill at level 62 from these level, okay.
Your skill has increased.
Blood bunny, blood for the blood bunny god. They're kind of cute. It's kind of like I'm the maestro.
Your skill has increased.
I'm like melee, I'm melee conducting them. I'll kill them before they kill me. I better take my weapon away, put my weapon away. Oh, how I hate the armor system in this game.
Your skill has increased.
I don't even want to do it. I'm like, oh god, I don't want to do all the weapon change shit. Look how unpleasant it is. Yeah, I mean... Okay, there we go.
Your skill has increased.
See, all I had to do was walk for 30 seconds and hug Bunny, which was a lot better than doing Final Fantasy XI running. I don't care if it eats up a fucking third of whatever this income is. I'd still rather do this than Final Fantasy XI running. And this was a fundamental problem day one, and it's a fundamental problem now. But we can't change the run speed. He's right not to do it. But we should. We can't change it, but we should. In this terrible, terrible spiral of we can't change it, but we should. And I'm sympathetic to both arguments on both sides, and I argue both sides of it like a debater. You know what I'm saying? I think there's valid points on both sides. We need to change it. Losing this much time is fucking unacceptable. It's just unacceptable. There's too many things going on in the real world to lose this much time. It just is. It's like a war crime level of irresponsibleness in humanity's nature to waste this much goddamn time on time sink stuff like this. It should be considered a sin. It is a sin. It's like a sin. It's a sin to waste this much time. So we need to change it. But we can't without jading the original vision, right?
Your skill
this is why the remasters don't work. That's why I'm constantly angry. It's a problem they wrote that I inherited. It's all this other things. And I don't see a solution to it. I think about it every day. I'm like, how do they fix the dismal quality of life in almost every single one of these MMORPGs, from their storage woes to their run speed woes to their walking sim woes and all this other stuff, all the gatekeeping they do, dailies and weeklies and all that other stuff that isn't really that fun. And we can't change it all because that jades the original developer's vision. We can't change it at all, almost. We can barely change it. Eric has done well. I fear that I came across critical of him, more critical of him than I should have been. But I mean, but I don't envy him. I don't envy his, his situation. I don't. It's not an enviable one. It's how do you balance the quality of life and not jade the original vision? And so, to do him justice, I talk both sides of the argument. But as a player, I feel constantly like I'm being war crimed in the level of time sink, a sinful war crime in terms of like is the fucking metaphor I'm trying to use for this, because it's like my mother, if she actually knew, she would feel shame in me. She would feel shame. She's never known. She's never come and looked at this because I think she knows secretly deep down inside how really simple this time sink shit that these fucking cocksucker developers actually get up to. And I resent them for it, and I don't like them, and I would argue with them in a room if I ever got in a room with them. And I don't think, and I don't think it's okay, and I don't think they think it's okay, but they can't change the original vision. They can't do it. So what do? It's the unstoppable force meets the immovable object problem. What do we do here? We cannot change the original vision without jading it. But you have to change it. It's killing our fucking time. It's killing it. It's just straight up like killing it. I can't play a game like I fucking know that what's that one where he's a package delivery guy, Death Stranding with Norman Reedus or whatever. I know that's a fucking perfect 10 game. I know it is. I've always loved the developer, loved everything he's ever done, and played everything he's ever done. But that is a goddamn walking sim. I don't care what the fuck you say. That is a walking sim. A really terrible one. And so I can't play that game. And at that point, you also look at another aspect of this problem. At what point does the player finally throw their fucking hands up and be like, nah, you done fucked me in the ass on time way too fucking long? No. The answer is no. Right? And that's the other side of this. That's the scary, angry side of it that brings out all the negativity in me, and it causes me to fucking like do a fucking hour-long like college level fucking lecture on it. I could get up on a fucking podium and talk about this MMO fucking development woes in the modern contemporary age 101, right? I could sit up there on fucking the podium and talk and beat my fucking stick about what has happened to this industry, and it is disgusting, and it is of their own that their problems are of their own making. They're unnecessary. They knew better when they started to have a walk speed like this. It is atrocious. It is a war crime level of sinful time wasting. And every single time I see every aspect of it, I complain about it. And I don't like that aspect of my nature, but I do. I fucking complain about it every single fucking time that it happens. I cannot stop opening my mouth to complain about the atrocious goddamn time sink bullshit, right? And where do we meet? There's got to be some way to reconcile. We've got to edit our ways. We've got to break out of that box. We've got to do something outside. We got to make some changes like Tupac or something like that. Your time sink is a goddamn war crime level of shameful, sinful business on the level of Holocaust, I would say, not in terms of cost of lives, in terms of cost of time. It's right up there with wars. It wastes so much time. And so I don't know what we can do about it, but I know that we need to do something about it. And with that note, I'll get on to somebody who actually was successful in the fucking industry, who is bored now by the time sink, who made the greatest games ever made, etc. Let's hear somebody who actually was successful in the industry, who isn't burnt out by the war crime level of shameful, sinful, dirty, fucking rape business that is the modern time sink in MMORPGs. And so, and I'm sorry, but I don't think you can make us all Superman and run around like the Flash. I don't suggest that you do. I don't suggest you make us the Flash. I don't suggest you raise the run speed. I say you fix it somehow. You need to be thinking outside the fucking box. The current transportation system in all of these MMORPGs is a war crime level of dirty, sinful time sink. The kind of thing that you couldn't justify to your fucking mother if she actually knew. She'd be like, you do what? You spend how much time? It would be like that. And if you can't tell your mother about it, it needs to change.
Hi everyone, it's me, Tim.
It needs to change.
I get asked to...
It needs to change in some outside the box thing. It's not improving the run speed. It's not linking the crystals. It's not, I don't know what it is, but it's got to be something better than this. It is absolutely not fucking Death Stranding. It is not Death Stranding. I'm sorry.
Review games or comment.
And he knows it. He knows it. I'm surprised he's willing to do a sequel. It is not Death Stranding. You gotta rethink that, motherfucker. Rethink it now.
Games a lot, and I've said I'm not going to do that. But today I thought I'd do something a little silly, and I mean this lightheartedly. But I'm going to talk about times I've been playing games, other RPGs, where I get bored. I'm going to talk about I'm not going to talk about particular games. I'm going to talk about the thing.
Thank you for the 7-hour-old Bored Now video from Timothy Kane, and these have been a huge inspiration for me. I did not expect them to reach out to me. I expected to dislike this man and everything that he said. I have not heard anything he said that I disliked. I think he actually is a really wonderful, amazing man with a lot of really wonderful, amazing, genius things to say. I think he's got excellent points. I don't think he's the best in any way or form, and I think the worst forms and problems of Bethesda come from him. But I think he's got a wonder, but I think he's renounced the dirty, sinful time sink business and got on with his life and stopped fucking us in the ass on that time sink fucking vibe. I think he has. You can hear it. You can see the smile on his face. He doesn't make games that fuck you in the ass on the time sink anymore. He's not in for the Bethesda jank or any of that shit anymore. There's some developers changing their ways, and they've seen the dirty, sinful business of what they did to us for 20 years. You know what I'm saying? I wish I could just start citing hilarious comical times where the time sink was so unreasonable that you could literally get 100,000 hit YouTube video out of the subject content, but it doesn't come to my mind right away. It's just there intrinsically every single fucking day of our lives, right there in the background every single day. Like, for instance, what did I made a comment earlier on on a video about how to improve New World, and one of the things that I said about the ECR public raid system is that it is primarily walking sim. You are primarily running around a large ziggurat, looting all the chests and fighting all the big bosses, which is fun. It is. But it is still essentially those cell phone games that you swipe upwards to get the character to jump. I forget what they call those. Runners, I think. It's still a runner. ECR is still a runner. You're running the entire fucking time, unless you pause for at 3 minutes at the most to kill some boss. Now, I liked ECR immensely the first time I saw it. But now that I know deep down in my fucking heart and soul that I'm just not really willing to have you steal my time in this really egregious, malicious way anymore, and I'm only going to do the fun parts of your game, no matter what it is. I just, I don't know what that solution is, and I'm trying to think outside the box of what it is. It's something having to do with reward machinations and how the walking doesn't reward you. You're just happy when it's over, and it does bore you. So why would you play a video game to be bored by walking? And the only reason I say this is I have some friends. I have a wonderful friend named Daltaru, who I owe a lot to, who spent 2 years with me in a Rust clan. And I love my friend Daltaru, really love him to death. Really great guy. I don't ever remember him acting badly. I don't ever remember him treating anyone badly. I don't ever remember him saying anything bad. I don't remember him, or my friend Big J, but and they're wonderful friends of mine. I don't speak to them anymore, as usual. All my friends, I don't speak to any of them. But I do know that, or I'd speak to some of the current ones, but I don't speak to any of my old friends. And like where I'm going with this is Daltaru would tell us right to our faces. He was like, I don't want to farm. I don't want to walk. I don't want to go to large oil unless there's people there. I only want to kill people. I only want to kill people right now. Give me a gun. I'm not farming. I'm not walking. I'm not doing anything that isn't fun. And I'm not going to waste my time with you guys doing anything that isn't killing people and making my skills better. And he was blatantly honest about this. If you tried to get him to do anything at all, he was like, is it killing somebody with an MP5? If it wasn't, then he was like, no. Now, I felt this to be myopic and sort of self-centered, but I didn't feel it to be different from how most people are. And this is how people are, but there's something fundamentally different about us and him. He is not lying to himself about what he is willing to do to go have fun. He didn't have the time. He was in school for business or something like that. I forget what it was he was doing for a major. I know what my other friend was doing for a major, which was engineer, but I don't remember what he was doing. I think it was engineers or tax accountant or something. I don't remember what it was. But he just didn't have the fucking time to do their time sink. And so when I advocate for them to fucking change it and think outside the fucking box. I'm not saying that I'm unhappy where I am with what they do right now and with these games that I'm playing right now today. I am saying I am advocating for those people who just want the fun, who don't have the time to fucking walk to QFIM 13,000 times on Nozomi, or walk to fucking Comrade 13,000 times on goddamn fucking Horizon, or walk to the Goblin NPC 50,000 times. I just don't have that fucking time. I don't have it. I don't want it, and I don't want to give it to you. I don't want it. I don't understand why it's necessary and all this other stupid ass shit. And as a developer, had you been doing as good as you should have been doing back then, you would have been thinking about it when you were doing it. What ramifications will this have if everybody has to walk to QFIM over and over and over and over? I mean, what is that going to do if there's 1 million to 6 million players and they're all wasting at least fucking 20 to 30 minutes a day walking to QFIM? What kind of war level crime of time loss does that actually equal? And that's not how these developers are thinking. They're thinking in the opposite direction, which is, how can I waste this motherfucker's time? How can I waste your time with bad stamina gauges? And how can I waste your time with walking sim? And I don't care if it's Metal Gear walking sim, it's still walking sim. So whatever, you know, and here's him talking about being bored because it's gotten so normal to just accept that they make games like this, that we don't fight it. We do pay them. We do buy bad games and we don't change it. And it is frankly boring. And I'm saying I don't know what you can do to change it, but I don't think it's remasters, and I don't think it's crazy sweeping quality of life changes, and I don't think it's this very subtle like trickle down stuff. I don't know what it is, but it's some core fundamental thing in MMO RPG design that needs to be changed. You have not respected the player's time, which is why so many of them have anger issues. It is. And I'm not a developer, nor will I ever be, nor do I would die before I ever became a developer, I'll tell you that. To me, it's a dirty, sinful business, because the only genre that I care about is a dirty, sinful business of stealing thousands of hours of people's time. It is. And I don't know about stealing. It's not stealing. It's like, it's voluntary bureaucracy. Voluntary bureaucracy.
Incoming emote.
Hey, it's Mini-Me.
Incoming emote.
Ooh, walk me to Sandy and I'll pay you 1,000 gil. I'm sorry, I was a taxi driver for 20 years. I really believe in being able to pay someone to get you through nasty travel. I really don't want to do this walk right now on stream. I would almost rather die. But, I mean, here we are, doing it for at least the second time today. Why am I walking to Sandy again? Link the fucking crystals or something. And it's not just Final Fantasy XI. It's EvE. It's WoW. It's, it's all of them. It's ESO. They all do this. It's like, how many times am I going to walk to the auction house today, and why is that necessary? I'm not saying we need an auction house in our head. That's how EvE is, though. And boy, it's great. There's an auction house in your head wherever you go in EvE, where you can see the prices within 15 fucking jumps. And I love it. And it's so not interested in war crime level of shameful, dirty, sinful business of stealing your time for no reason, which I think should be against the law. I think some of the stuff that they do with these games, I think it should be against the law. They want to talk about loot boxes all the fucking time. I want to talk about walking to that auction house 35,000 times a day at about 35 seconds a pop. I'm sorry, but yeah, I think some of that stuff that you do is it should be, maybe not against the law, but extremely discouraged in the circles, you know? I don't think it should be thrown in jail as a developer ever. I just think what you do should be extremely discouraged, as in voted out by the public. Like, as in, you can't keep it in your game. We consider it so bad of a time sink that you can't have it. You can't do that to us. There needs to be some level of agreement between the gamers and the fucking developers. There needs to be more open conversation. Fortnite did pretty well with it, where they do the 1 through 5 feedback stuff. Old school RuneScape did really, really well with this. Every single time someone said, why am I walking to this motherfucker over and over and over again, they changed it. And that's why old school RuneScape has like the highest fucking population of all the MMORPGs. I don't know why. Well, I know why. It's because every single time someone like me said, why the fuck are you war crime level fucking us? They changed it, and that's why OSRS is still the greatest game ever made. You know what I'm saying? Technically. Or, I don't know, EVE Online. One of those two. And EVE Online doesn't fuck with you wasting 35,000 hours running to the auction house or any of that stupid shit. It doesn't disrespect you like that. It just doesn't do it, and it didn't do it back then. Didn't do it in 2001. No, or, sorry, 2003. It just didn't do it. It never disrespected your time like that. It just never did. Like, you couldn't buy stuff from 20 jumps away because stuff has a property and it needs to be moved. You know, it's not this teleport system. But I mean, you could monitor the auction from 15, 20 jumps away if you had the skills to do it. And that's the difference. Like like this thing about walking back to Sandy again, over and over and over again. It's not just FFXI, it's all of them. Do you know how many trips to SM I have made this month? Like 7. Why did I need to walk to SM 7 times? Does that make me a more skilled player? No. It makes you a less skilled developer. And let's hear a developer talk about this.
Seen in games where they're reusing settings or stories or mechanics or characters in a way that I've seen so many times before. And remember, sometimes it'll remind me of a game I played 40 years ago. But I'm just sitting there playing the game, and then I'm just like, I'm bored now.
I'm bored now.
Kinda like this.
Yeah, happens to me every day in every game that I play. I'm bored now, bye! You know, yeah, bye. It got toxic or it got boring, one or the other, bye. that attention span, that's not good for the video game industry. It means we're playing less games. We're sitting there fuming about how you guys have kind of fucked us a bit, and we're playing less games because there's less good games to play, you know? We're not playing less games, we're playing more, but you know, but the time sink is real, and I don't know what to do to fix it, but yeah. Like the minute it gets boring, I'm like, why am I doing this? I play video games for fun. The minute it gets boring, the minute this walk gets boring, which is right now, I'm like, why am I doing this? And it's not because I don't like the game or I don't mind. You know, honestly, I don't mind spending the time. I think all the time about why does it need to be that way, and I don't know what the genius solution to it is. Couldn't even begin. I scratch my head, I furrow my brow, I go back to the Wile E. Coyote fucking every day of my life now for 17 years or something. I go back to the fucking drawing board every morning when I wake up, and I think about how can they make it better with some fundamentally intrinsic, like almost like, you know, Romulan solution to this issue. And why is it not fun anymore? You know, why am I doing the same walk I just did? Why am, you know, etc. And ooh, 10,000 gil. That is far too much money for this. Yeah, I'm 63 now. We're gonna quit this Octave Club, bitch, and we're going out. Yeah. Where are you? There it is. I equipped the Octave Club. I'm gonna take a picture of it. I'm gonna remember that I did an Eco Warrior to get it instead of an XP party, which is tragic. And yeah. The XP party that I tried to do was filled with Halberg PSTs talking to me about my sub instead of sicking their pets on ads. So I don't know. But yeah. Ooh, Viking axe in the offhand. Yeah. The strong get stronger, baby. Yeah. Look at this bitch. I never dreamed I would ever have this. This is a power level above 9,000, and I'm gonna dance by myself in private circles while I think about it. Woo! Look at this. Epic win. I've got to go try it. Haha, I'm wearing a Brigandine and a Kraken Club, and you can't do anything about it, bitch. Fuck your metagaming!
I'm having a terrible night.
Well, maybe not as bad as Dark Willow, but still, I keep seeing certain tropes happen over and over again. Somebody's going to talk about those, and here they are in absolutely no particular order. This is not ranked, and in many cases, I wasn't thinking of a particular game because there's been many, many, many games that have done this. I'm talking about commonly reused RPG tropes. So the first one, saving the world again. Oh god, demons are invading. Oh no, it's aliens. Oh no, the dark god is coming and everybody will die. Oh, there's a plague and everybody's going to die.
It's so played out. Everything they do is played out. We need originality now. I'm sick of you fucking doing the same old runs to the auction house, the same repeat fucking A to B quests, the same fetch quests, the same played out bullshit that we did in 2001. You gotta innovate. I don't care what it is. You've got to do better than this. I don't need the same MMO over and over and over and over again. I need something that actually tickles my G-spot. It gets me to squirt. I can't have this 45 little tiny 2-inch dildos or whatever. I need the big black cock. You know what I'm saying? Causing me to have a G-spot orgasm. I can't take this 40 little 2-inchers or whatever the fuck that you guys are trying to do. It doesn't work. You got to actually start making good games full of quality and stop doing this quantity shit. Like, for instance, the newest skill up video came today, and I made a comment on it where I was like, I'll read it because I mean it. You know what I'm saying? And I mean this, like, right? So PS5 Pro specs leaked, which is just, why are you making a second PS5? The first one wasn't good, you fucking idiots. Anyways, we don't need more games. We need the games they do release to be good. I realize it's incredibly negative and cynical in a way, and I don't like, but I feel I am stating the truth that maybe 1 in every 1,000 games they release is even worth playing. 1 in 1,000? The one good game is either inevitably or invariably either a cynical cash grab den of cheaters if it's online, or doesn't have good multiplayer if it's offline. Every 25 or so episodes of this show, maybe one good game will release. The lies based on hype and member-berry nostalgia, as they try to necrotically cash grab, sell us their own remastered corpse, which is a way harder, much more painful process for all concerned than just being original like any real artist. They try to resell us 2004 all over again, and that era wasn't as good as we remember. It's unreal. The industry has blinders onto it and dump billions into things we don't want or need. How can an industry generate this much valueless dreck each year and still be on top? Church, bitch.
Get why RPGs do this, but I kind of like more scoped problems.
I like scope problems. Not this, I'm running back to the same NPC to get NPC again. Something I never would have voluntarily ever done ever in the first place. Walking back to the NPC again. Something I never voluntarily ever would have signed up to do in the first fucking place. What the fuck does walking back to an NPC have to do with having fun? You understand how the core way that they built a lot of this is actually extremely flawed.
Maybe problems caused by humans?
Yep.
Or by other humans or something like that. Just something that the player can see, acknowledge, get the scope of, and deal with without having to become, a living god themselves. Another one is villain monologues. You know what I'm talking about. It's when villains have to go on for minutes talking about the stuff they're going to do or the stuff they did.
I can't stand exposition.
Do to you or why they did it, and I'm like,
I did a 4-hour bit. I can't believe this guy is pretty much parroting every single fucking word I said yesterday. I can't believe this guy's doing that. It's just insane to me. I did a 4-hour bit yesterday about exposition and show don't tell, didn't I? I watched a video about what movie was it? It was I watched a long video about the new movie Napoleon that Ridley Scott did, and how show don't tell is this thing that they've forsaken pretty much, which is why all media is bad now. And I said this yesterday, and here's him saying it today, literally a day later. Here's a successful streamer, developer, Bethesda dev, saying the exact same shit a day later. And this man is 17 years older than me or something like that, and that's weird. That's weird that our views are cross-generational, are cross-generational. That's really weird. I expected to really be a lot more of an action gamer than him and have a lot more kind of jaded, sort of popcorn candy, arcadey approach to things, because I was raised on Time Crisis and Street Fighter and shit like that, and I think he was kind of raised on games like Pac-Man, and I don't know. I was very surprised that we have the exact same view on this. I'm surprised on it, but we did. This exposition that they do in these video games all the fucking time, all the stupid quests that they do, like Disco didn't do it. Every word in Disco Elysium you kind of want to hear. You're like, what's going on in this story? Is Harry Dubois gonna die? I mean, every word is like you're kind of on a cliffhanger. You're like, I want to know what's gonna happen. You know, it's not this thing about they're telling me what's going on with opening the gate, and the NPC over there wants this, and the NPC in the Labor Party doesn't want him to have that. They don't do exposition. You have to actually go listen to the fucking character talk about it, and sometimes the character might be talking about some fevered acid dream that has nothing to do with the case at all. And so, and that is not exposition. It's the opposite of it. It is exploration and immersion. And this show don't tell thing, I can't believe this. Timothy Kane is on YouTube the next fucking day, a day after I said it, by the way. I published last night before he published today, said the exact same fucking things. And it's not like I'm trying to steal his script. I wasn't even that aware of the man. I'm just voicing how I actually feel. And I landed almost verbatim. I'm not even like, do we share the same view? We vocally said the exact same sentence verbatim, which is show don't tell.
Why don't you show it and not say it?
Hear it? And I was very surprised to see this. I was like very shocked. I was like, wow, I am very surprised when I fall the same as almost anybody does on anything. But I was very surprised to hear him say it. I was like, oh, okay. I guess I am right. If a Bethesda developer is saying that, maybe I am slightly right. You know, I'm never totally right, but maybe I'm slightly right about this. Your exposition and your fucking walking and all your bullshit having to do with it being like a chore as opposed to extremely fun all the time is like, that's not what we bought. We bought extreme fun all the time, and extreme fun doesn't have to be Fortnite. It can be Disco Elysium. It can be very slow paced like Dungeons and Dragons. Baldur's Gate 3 is an excellent example of this. Combat wasn't, combat was great, but it wasn't, not very, very fast or engaging. It was just, RPG combat. It was good. But BG3 was an excellent example of how you can be slow and still take the number one. You can be slow. You don't have to get about it. They use some sex and some other things to get it too, which I also approve of. I also really liked, and I want more sex in video games too, and all this stuff. And now it's your exposition, all your talking, all your walking, all that stuff that gets between us and touching our G-spot is not conductive to gaming. You have ruined the industry. You have made the industry be a job to the gamers. Every gamer feels that they have to be up on every new title. I feel like I can't go focus on honestly, right here on my desktop is Vintage Story. And I love Vintage Story because I've never seen a game with those sort of open-ended mechanics that you can just meld and form. It's almost as deep as, it is Minecraft. It's Minecraft, but it's Minecraft but actually good. And and there's all this survival stuff based around it, and Minecraft's only good if you make it about survival. And and it was great. But I don't want to go play Vintage Story because I'm scared of having an MMO lifestyle banner. And I'm not playing MMORPGs. I'm on some basically, it's not a single player, but a basically single player Minecraft experience, like some kind of autistic private server Minecraft guy. But I have MMO lifestyle in my title, right? So I have this gamer's, what's the word? I have this gamer's compunction, or I'm sorry, impulsion. I am impelled to feel like I have to keep up with the current MMORPGs all the time and look at their failures and examine it and acknowledge it and troll them and laugh about it and all this other stuff, right? I feel like I need to be up on it all the fucking time. But I feel like if the game was as good as WoW was the first time around, which we should have modern games that are as good as WoW was the first time around. I feel that Fortnite is as good as WoW was the first time around. I do. I feel that Fortnite right now, after 5-7 years, whatever it's been, was a big drop in the bucket like WoW. I think it was just as big and just as open-ended and just as beautiful and just as wonderful as World of Warcraft. I really do. Now, why don't we have more WoWs and Fortnites? I don't know, but I do know that it's a lot of this questing, a lot of this walking, the fact that it's not actually fun all the time. It's like the work seems to be this thing that needs to happen before you're allowed to move on in the game. And that's good sometimes, but I don't know what the solution is, and I know that it is not drastic sweeping changes or tiny minute trickle down. I think it's somewhere in the middle. It's going to be like some core fundamental about A to B is not working for us as MMORPG players or developers. Something about A to B is not working here. We need something better than that. Like, Rust did it pretty well. When you leave the base, when you leave your house in real life, you do what in my crew is called spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch, which is like you check for your cell phone, you check for your eyeglasses or your contacts or your hat. You make sure you've got your winter jacket if you live in Colorado, or you'll fucking freeze to death, like quite literally. You make sure that you've got, like, you know, your keys to your car, spectacle, testicles, wallet, and watch, right? Rust is super good because leaving the base, you think about every step that you take, and that is immersion. And I don't mind it at all. At all. I did not mind that part of the game at all. It's annoying to get out of the base sometimes because there's so much inventory management. It does have an inventory issue, but it does, I mean, but that intrinsic gameplay where you're making plans to go out of your base and what's necessary to do that successfully is not the same thing as those light quests in Skyrim where you go from point A to point B and kill the Goblin King and return the scepter to the fucking quest giver or whatever most MMORPG design is. It needs to be a lot more like Rust. They need, or Mortal. Mortal's a good example of it. We'll load Mortal 2 right now. Like to leave Fabernum, I have to think about all the things that needs to happen before I do that. And it's not that I'm going back and forth to the auction house, which I am. That doesn't bother me, though. Those chores do not bother me if those things are about my growth and not satisfying what you as a developer want me to do as a time sink. I'm doing whatever I think is going to give me the most fun in the future. And that's the core gameplay loop that needs to change. It's constantly Nazi, go do this, go do that, or you don't get this, right? Now it needs to be more like, maybe you might want some water and food because you do kind of starve and you do need water because you live in the desert. And there's an auction house and you do have to go to it a lot. But when you do, someone's always there trying to sell you food. And they sell it to you cheap because they know that you're going to the auction house. This gameplay is not in WoW. It's not in ESO. It is in Rust and FFXI, but it is not in a lot of other games. And it's like local, like I would say Albion's kind of good at that. There's a few games that are kind of good at it. It's like local politics and local business. This is what Ashes of Creation promised us with the node system, right? And now, like, and now their core fundamental point A to point B fucking linear design, I believe it's so toxic and so nasty that they can't sell a game that they put any of that shit in. Redfall's an example of that. Or even lately. You know what a good game is that failed? Capcom did a dinosaur shooter called... Oh, god damn it. And this is a good game. It's actually fun to play. Capcom Dinosaur Shooter. I forget the name because it's not a good game, but it was a good attempt. The Capcom Dinosaur Shooter Exoprimal is a fun game. It's fun like Overwatch was when it was out originally and was actually good. It is a good game, but it failed horribly because it still suffers from the go to point A, go to point B, right? And right now we've got a big one. Let's go look at our daily what games to play and our daily Steam game and player statistics, right? Some days I miss this, some days I don't. But the games to play, Disco Elysium is still sitting at the top because there is no point A to point B in Disco Elysium. There is a point to A to point B in Half-Life 2, but how you do it is up to you. Grand Theft Auto 5 is how you do it is up to you. Baldur's Gate 3, how you do it is up to you. All of it is all, like BioShock, I would say, a lot of BioShock was very linear, but it still is sort of like how you do it is up to you. All these things are about how you do it is up to you. Now, Portal 2 is not, is totally is disqualified from this list because it's a puzzle game, but most of them are, like, most of them do, kind of do subscribe to the how you do it is up to you philosophy, right? They call this play and find out. It's called PAFO. If you hear the word PAFO, what they're talking about is we're not going to say go from NPC A to point B, collect something from point A, and then come back to NPC point A. We're going to say there's something at B, and you can go get it right now if you want, or you can just go on about your fucking business. And 11 really was like the first game that I can think of that actually truly had that kind of freedom. Maybe old school RuneScape, EverQuest, or the 3 games in EvE are like the 4 that I can think of that actually had that sort of massive freedom. There was a couple of other attempts like Star Wars Galaxies, but it was too restrictive, and a couple of other really good ones. Like and Ultima Online is always checks all boxes. Ultima Online always checked all boxes except graphics. So now we're in this place where anytime they want to send us from point A to point B, we resent them. So here's the end of the fucking of the thesis, guys, and I'm gonna hit you with the original problem statement, which is how do we keep these games fun without losing our lives away to some horrible war crime level of time loss that we don't sign up for and we don't really agree to when we give them our money and this other stuff. So we secretly resent them for this. We don't secretly resent them, we just full-blown resent them for this. Now we try to keep it hidden from them for some reason because we believe in them as developers, because we love their products and stuff. We do. But we secretly resent them every time they make us go from point A to point B now, because they've done it for 30 years and and I don't think anybody can be fucked to be told what to do anymore. We cannot have that whip being cracked anymore. And this is why everybody keeps trying to make open world sandbox games. Everyone keeps failing at trying to beat Grand Theft Auto. Everybody's failing at trying to beat WoW. Everybody's trying, whatever, because they know that it needs to be PAFO, and it needs to be play and find out and go find out for yourself. But it's very difficult to do that. You have to be extremely intelligent. You have to build a system that's so deep that it's essentially Dungeons and Dragons. It's the level of care and work and blood, sweat, and tears and TLC that is required to go into a game like Elder Scrolls Skyrim is frankly nightmare fuel level of it would terrify me. I would be like, I don't know if I want to feed 10 years of my life into an artistic thing. I don't think almost anybody's ever done that before. And I'm going to put my blood, sweat, and tears into it for 10 years. And when it hits, it's going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread. But, it's such a titanic, crazy attempt. Not Titanic, but I'm sorry, Titanic's the wrong word, but it's such a monumental attempt at a game that if all the standards are set that way, it'll be poison. And so back in 2004, which everyone wants to continue to go back to 2004, I don't know why, but they do. Member Berries in South Park was an episode for a reason. They want to go back to their Star Wars and back to their EQs and their WoWs and all this. I know I do it every day. I'm playing 3 old games as we speak. And we go back and we go digging into our past looking for something better. And now in 2004, we liked point A to point B. We thought that was good gameplay. We liked questing. It was really fun. We liked feeling like we were moving forward instead of trying to figure out what to do in some crappy game that isn't intrinsically clear what to do, or any of that stuff that the 90s were guilty of, right? Or whatever. It's like that non-intrinsic stuff. Oh, there's a secret wall or something like that, you know? None of that non-intuitive stuff. And it got more open-ended, and it got better, and it got more Grand Theft Auto and less Pong. And, you know, and it was a good thing. But they thought that they could just ride on the laurels of point A to point B, crack the whip game design for the rest of all eternity, I think. And honestly, they need to be moving in the liberal direction. That is a very conservative point A to point B fucking thing. They need to be moving in the fucking liberal direction where it's like anything is possible. How you do it is up to you. Play and find out. You know, and all the big developers are speaking like this. They are. Every single developer that I can think of, from the WoW devs to the ESO devs to the Yoshi Ps to the Death Strandings to the everybody out there that's successful right now is talking about play and find out and leaving it up to the player and show and don't tell, right? But only tell games are the only thing that we continue to get. It's only tell games. They're like games that only tell you what to do. They don't. I mean, there's only a few games that come out every year that are open ended that lets you just do it however the fuck you want to do it. And no, the developer does not sneer at you if you kill everybody and all this other stuff. It's very rare. It doesn't happen very often. True freedom. And so it seems like they want to approach from the standpoint of chaining us up and telling us to do things. And they think that's good game design, giving us a curated design, which in some games it is. Like in Elden Ring, it was very open-ended, but it was linear. I mean, you went from point A to point B, you get to the end boss and it beat the Godfrey or whatever the last boss's name is, I can't remember. But how you did it is up to you. And I think this is why Elden Ring ended up being the most respected game of all time. I don't think it was the number one game of all time. That would be Disco Elysium, which is an entirely open-ended game that you can approach however the fuck you want and play endlessly. And which is why it's sitting in the number one. We can see right now it's sitting in the number one because there is no fucking requirement as to how you approach anything in this game. And it is why it will sit in number one. It'll sit a crappy 2D, bad graphics. The music and the vocals were amazing, and the writing was the best we've ever had in any game. But I mean, it was essentially a 2D crappy arcade game version of a D&D campaign. And it didn't have much more depth than, say, those older games like Escape from Monkey Island or any of that. It wasn't monumental in its, you know, changes of its execution or anything like that. It was just so open-ended and so personalized and so psychological and so not point A to point B that it does remain the number one game of all time, when games that are clearly better than it, like Half-Life 2, that have far, far, far more fans, are not doing as well. You can see it. Why is Half-Life 2 below Disco Elysium? That is fucking ridiculous. Do you know how many more copies Half-Life 2 sold than Disco Elysium? It's just ridiculous. I'll tell you why. Half-Life 2 is as linear as it gets. You want to know why Grand Theft Auto is doing better than Half-Life 1? It's because, like, and trust me, there was more copies of Half-Life 1 sold than Grand Theft Auto. Well, maybe not now anymore, but I mean, but why is GTA 5 above Half-Life 1, which is a far more classic game that changed the industry far more than Grand Theft Auto 5 ever did? We wouldn't have had shooters without Half-Life, I don't think. I mean, or Doom, one of the two. So why is Grand Theft Auto 5 up above Doom, right? Why, right? Doom, I don't care what you think. The boomer shooter guys that are all 40 or 50 years old, they haven't forgotten Doom 2. Like Asmongold said, the boomers are not gone. They're waiting, right? So, like, I don't know why Doom is, like, below Grand Theft Auto 5 on this list, but I know that Grand Theft Auto 5 doesn't tell you what to do. Doom does. You see a theme here? Any of the games that don't tell you what to do, this game doesn't tell you what to do. This game doesn't tell you what to do. Half-Life 2 is not an open-ended game. It's as linear as it comes, but like, it was still basically the first shooter. You know, it deserves to be in the top 5. It's like the first shooter, kind of. Half-Life and Half-Life 2 were like the first real shooters that we had. They were like the first real ones, you know? full open 3D, shoot at things in the sky or on the ground, all that stuff. It was the first full open 3D shooters. It deserves to be in the top 5 or top 10 always, kind of, unless there some fundamental change comes. And so, and Baldur's Gate 2 is still sitting in the top 10, even though it's really not as good as Baldur's Gate 3 at all in any way or form. It's still sitting almost as high as Baldur's Gate 3 because it doesn't tell you what to do. Persona 5 doesn't tell you what to do. Elder Scrolls Skyrim does not tell you what to do. Mass Effect 2 does not tell you what to do. They might tell you what to do when they give you a quest, but they don't tell you to go get the quest. They just let you have your way, right? And so here, once in a while, you'll see classics rise above the open-ended games. Civ 2 does not tell you what to do. I mean, it kind of does, but not really. And so, and that's the core of this argument that I can't really seem to really put my fucking finger on here that I'm trying to get at, which is that until you understand that you can't release games anymore that aren't open-ended, if you continue to make games that are linear point A to point B fetch quests, essentially, you will founder and fail in the open sandbox competition that is 2024. Sandbox is the only thing that should be in these games lists, unless it's a racing game or a puzzler. It should be sandbox. All of these games are sandbox. Let's look at the modern games that are coming out on Steam right now today. What's on the charts right now today? Counter-Strike 2 doesn't really tell you what to do. Dota 2 doesn't tell you what to do. Helldivers 2 doesn't tell you what to do. PUBG does not tell you what to do. Rainbow Six Siege does tell you what to do, and I don't think it belongs up here, but it's experiencing a resurgence, and we're not a hater. I have Rainbow Six Siege. Stardew Valley does not tell you what to do. Apex kind of tells you what to do, but not how to do it. Grand Theft Auto 5 really doesn't tell you what to do at all. Baldur's Gate 3 does not tell you what to do. You do not have to go find the ending of Baldur's Gate 3. You can spend your entire 500 or 5,000 hour playthrough on one single playthrough, just experiencing all the game has. And people do that. They do that. So Rust doesn't tell you what to do. Call of Duty does tell you what to do, and it doesn't belong in the top 100. I don't know what the fuck it's doing here. It's just trying to provide gameplay to the kids who are addicted to that gameplay. This is the heroin dealer in the top 20. The Call of Duty is the heroin dealer, and so is the Counter-Strike 2. They're the heroin dealers. PUBG is kind of guilty of this too. Without this without this addictive shooter gameplay that all these 15-year-old kids are addicted to and hacking Apex for, Apex is guilty of this too. They don't get their heroin fix, right? These kids are addicted to shooters far, far worse than I was ever addicted to an MMORPG. They're far, far worse. They're far more addicted to it. Trust me. I know, because I used to roll with a whole bunch of them in my fucking Rust clan. They're far worse addicted to shooters than I ever was to World of Warcraft. They're never going to let it go. They're so addicted to that shit. They're not letting it go. They're shooters for life, right? So there's always going to be some Call of Duty heroin dealer in the top 20 who's just trying to provide what these kids need to get by through their daily. It's kind of sad, and I view them as a heroin dealer, and I don't like them. I don't like Call of Duty. Never have. Don't like Activision. I don't really like Blizzard anymore. It's pretty sad. It's a sad state of affairs. So Dead by Daylight does not tell you what to do. It does, but it doesn't. Elden Ring doesn't tell you what to do. Last Epoch doesn't really tell you what to do. TF2 doesn't really tell you how to play. None of these things in the top 20 are known for telling you what to do, right? But all the other 400,000 games below the top 20 do. They do that. And they do steal your time really fucking horribly. All of these games. They just tell you what to do all the fucking time. Every single one of them. A few of them are open-ended like Ark. A few of them, ESO doesn't tell you what to do. Fallout 4 doesn't tell you what to do. But there's a few that, I would say Sea of Thieves does not tell you what to do. There's a few here that don't tell you what to do who are sitting in the top 100, right? Witcher 3 does not tell you what to do. Hogwarts probably doesn't tell you what to do. I think they've got a MSQ, but I don't think that they tell you to follow it. And so, whatever. Forest doesn't tell you what to do. It's just what it is, right? So, understanding this, we know what is wrong. Wow, Naraka fucking dropped off? No. Yeah, it did, because it's got big login, but only because they want their skins, not because they're staying there. They get in and they play one match and they leave. Do you see it? That's such a big disparity. Naraka was in the top 10 up until about 3 weeks ago, and now it's dropped to number 55 overnight because something about it, they probably tell you what to do too much, maybe. I don't know. Fortnite doesn't tell you what to do in any way or form beyond the storm. That's it. Storm's the only thing that Epic tells you what to do. That's it. So, I have not done a Helldivers 2 review, and I think I'm due on my stream, so I'm going to do that now. And I'm sorry, guys, you probably know all about Helldivers 2, but I don't like Helldivers 2. I have a bias against it coming in. So I want to go try and dispel that bias and see if I can buy this game, because a lot of people are playing it, as you can see reflected here. Number 3 is really big deal. So, but it's got that Starship Troopers vibe that I don't like now. I don't like I am a consummate. I could probably be a Robert E. Heinlein fucking professor. I was a Heinlein addict. I read everything Heinlein's ever did like 7 to 10 times or something like that. I know Robert Heinlein really fucking well. He was like my favorite sci-fi author, absolutely hands down, just was. And not just sci-fi, but just also just writer, one of my favorite writers. And he was also one of the sickest individuals I've ever come across, just like L. Ron Hubbard. He was probably a pederast. I mean, I don't know. He was definitely an incest person. He was a sicko. He was definitely a sexual fucking deviant. But that being aside, I don't know what that has to do with his work, really. He was an extremely prolific writer who wrote Stranger in Strange Land, and the big one for this argument being Starship Troopers. Now, I love Starship Troopers. Like, I love The Simpsons for like 15 years, 20 years of my life. But I don't anymore because I'm sorry, but the pro-war propaganda in that fucking piece, and Robert Heinlein was extremely guilty of this. Like, for one of the things Heinlein did to me is in one of those books, and I don't remember which one. I think it was probably Jubal Harshaw, which is like the cat who walks through walls. I think he mentions offhandedly, or maybe it was Starship Troopers. I think it actually was Starship Troopers. He mentions offhandedly, kind of offhandedly as a joke, that he doesn't believe that anybody who doesn't serve their country should have citizenship. And I had never ever heard something so anti-authority and pro-establishment and just pro-government and I don't know. That's the most right-wing, conservative, fucked up thing I've ever heard anybody fucking say. And I absolutely the fuck agreed with it. But afterwards, I went and signed up for the fucking Navy. And that was a whole nother story I don't want to get into. And and it couldn't get in because I couldn't lose the weight. If you want to know why, I'm not ashamed of it. I worked really hard for 5 weeks. I ran like 7 to 10 miles a day for 5 weeks, and I did not lose a pound because I have the MMO fucking metabolism. I'm like an astronaut. It would take years. It's taking years of walking 5 to 7 miles a day. It's going to take years of walking 5 to 7 miles a day. That's what I've been doing. I did it just 2 days ago. I walked like 6 miles, and I just haven't been in the mood because it's really cold and overcast and raining and shit. But tomorrow I'm going to walk like another 4 to 6 miles or something like this. And it doesn't matter. With the MMO metabolism, you aren't losing the weight. It's very, very gradual. It takes years and years because when you sit and do nothing all day for days and days on end, it has catastrophic effects upon your body. The only other people that have the same job like that is astronauts. There's only one other profession on the planet that faces that kind of duress on their body, and it's astronauts. And so astronauts share the same sort of problems that we do, right? Where I'm going with this is like that pro-war propaganda bullshit that Robert Heinlein was so good at. Not only has it affected my personal life in a very, very, very drastic way, it is also something that I absolutely abhor and despise now. I do not like the pro-war fucking leanings of the American culture right now. I do not. I can't stand it. I think it's going to lead us to world war, and I will not condone any action that will take to quote Princess Padme, I will not condone any action that takes my people to war. You understand? So all these war movies and all this Helldivers shit, those are actions that will lead us to war. I fundamentally believe it in my heart and soul. If we venerate all this stuff all the time, this is what they will do to the world. We must aspire to something greater like space, We must aspire to something greater like space. Helldivers 2 cannot be the number one game. It can't be the number one game. Look how fucking horrifically pro-war violence it is. It cannot be. It needs to be something like Disco Elysium. You know, it does. It needs to be something intellectual that doesn't promote violence, where violence is an option, but it's not this thing that you do every day. Like, I'm sorry, but the pro-violence stuff, it's bad. It's bad for the kids. I'm not saying that it's bad for them to see it or do it. I think it's bad. It's bad for their overall life sentimentalities about how easily accessible all this violence is in the culture for the videos and the gaming. And I like the violence, honestly, but I mean, like, you know, but it is easily accessible. It's like a drug. It's like easily accessible. You tune up to a Call of Duty and tune out, right? Helldivers 2 probably has that in spades. And so, you know, I'm not hateful of Helldivers 2. I think it's great, and I'm very, very happy they were successful. But I also look at this, and I don't think we need more Starship Trooper games. I don't think we need more Space Marine games. I want something better. You guys have been fucking phoning this in too long. I'm sick of Space Marines. I want to see something. I want to see something that makes our young men aspire to something greater than shooting everybody.
For us indeed. Helldivers 2 takes place in a satirical sci-fi
I think Final
setting.
Fantasy XI is a great game because you aspire to having 1075s and all the gear sets for all 1075s. And you aspire to have the best link shell on the server and all that H&M loot and all that other stuff. And you want to learn it all and learn every job and level every weapon skill and skill up everything and get it all done. And there's something very clear about how it never ends and you're just always getting better, right? I think that's a lot better than let's shoot everybody.
Where humanity's governing body has convinced the population to enlist in an endless war against alien invaders. It's channeling the camp of 90s sci-fi films, the most obvious, of course, being Starship.
Now, should we take gun violence and Call of Duty out of the culture? No. No, you can't. It's the same old thing. You cannot go back and change this core material. You cannot do it. You cannot go back and assassinate its character. You can't go back and, you know, you can't change it. You can't do sweeping changes to it, trying to save it or remaster it or any of this stuff. You must do something new that doesn't tell us what to do all the time, and you must get us to fall in love with you again. You've been cracking that whip for 30 years, and we're so sick of doing what you tell us to do all the time. That honestly, you know, it's got to be, we have to aspire to something greater. And if Starship Troopers is what you're aspiring to, not so good. A lot of blood and death and violence in that story. Am I wrong?
Bugs aren't the only threat to mankind, though. There's also the automatons, titanium machinations operated by rogue AI who have
I don't like the Gears of War execution. I think it's garbage.
run amok. I mean,
I do like the mobs.
can't look at these guys and not be
I don't like how it feels like he's playing Dino Riders.
reminded of Terminator.
I don't like how it looks like Horizon Zero Dawn, but it doesn't look good.
RoboCop, especially when you've got
I like the guns, but they're really schlocky Space Marine guns.
one of the humanoid ones staring you down with its skeletal
Looks clunky, worse than New World.
face before sprinting at you full force with chainsaws.
It looks like the combat has deep weight and feels very fun to do. And I'm saying the combat probably is like a 10.
To be clear though, there is no
And the open-ended nature of this is a perfect 10 execution that we've almost never seen before. And I fucking jizz my pants when I see it, and I put the game on my list. Because, I mean, when I see this, I know that it's a good game. I don't give a shit about your fucking stupid Gears of War execution or your Dino Riders fucking go to point A, point B violence and all that, and your Starship Troopers, like, you know, fucking skins. That's okay. What I need is this, and this is here, and I like that.
campaign here. You're a disposable force of Marines spreading democracy and freedom to all corners of the galaxy with your infinite firepower. That's it.
You mean you're the white man burning and pillaging everything that moves?
That's the story.
I'm sorry. Stop trying to whitewash that fucking pro-conquistadorial shit. Stop doing it. Nobody needs to talk like fucking conquistadors in 2024. I don't want to hear your Robert Heinlein stuff about Starship Troopers and fucking conquering everybody. It just sounds like a rich, privileged white man who's never actually had any problems in his life.
You drop into hostile territory with your fellow destroyers, blow some shit up, leave, and then repeat until galactic peace is achieved. It's clearly parodying...
People who aspire to war are fucking stupid, and I'll say it to anybody's face, I don't care. You like war? You're fucking stupid.
That American patriotism and...
You venerate it, you watch war movies and war games all the time, you're fucking stupid. Like, I play a lot of war games, but I don't do that because... like, I like guns and violence. I do it because I'm addicted to guns and violence.
Commits to that satire on all fronts to hilarious effect. Between your characters in the heat of combat, yelling battle cries such as "Freedom!"
I don't like how they're doing old tropes. I don't like how there's all this distortion. The graphics don't look that good to me, but I mean, it is a really big game.
The taste of freedom. How about a nice
I don't like the weird Star Wars execution. I think it's a bad form of cyberpunk, and I think it's going the way of the dodo. Cyberpunk being an excellent example of it, and I think it's played out. I think the way this character looks is extremely played out. I'm talking like era 2004. It looks like Years of War. It looks played out like Years of War, and I don't like it. Lord, deliver me from 2004. That character looks so fucking cringe to me that I would be embarrassed to play him.
vending machines that miraculously still...
I'm sorry, and I wasn't raised on the MCU culture, so I suppose I'm not the demographic, you know? We'll leave it at that.
...exist in these war zones that offer...
I don't want to look like the fucking Punisher. I don't think that's a good look. I think the Punisher looks like a fucking asshole. I'm sorry.
...taste of freedom. There's this
Let's go look at the Punisher. So cool, right? Nah, this guy looks like a fucking asshole. I'm sorry, but he does. He looks like a fucking Spec Ops dude with 100 sniper kills or something like that. This guy looks like a fucking asshole. Like death is essentially his god, you know? This guy always looked like a fucking asshole to me. Got a big old fucking skeleton on his fucking chest. If this is what we're aspiring to, we don't have a good future.
amazing ad that plays in your ship for...
You want to aspire to having a skull on your fucking chest? You think it would be good if life was like that? You think it would be good if everything was death and blackness and skull and bones? The fuck?
product called
I've always hated the Punisher.
Eagle Sweat? I'll let that
Ghost Rider was cool.
one speak for itself.
With an all-new formula containing 83% more sweat. Eagle Sweat.
You know, it's funny. I liked the Reaper. I thought the Reaper was perfect in Overwatch 2. And he's a worse trope than the Punisher is. But something about the Reaper's execution was good. Something about, like, the way his voice was and how mentally scarred he seemed to be and all this stuff. I think he was a better character. Something about the Reaper, I liked him more than the Punisher. And that's weird because the Punisher was a far, far bigger character.
Just smell it. Live it.
The Punisher is very, very lacking in subtlety. It's very direct, and I think that's what I've never liked about it. I think the Reaper actually had some subtlety to him.
Arrowhead really...
Dual shotguns is kind of a mystery. Why the fuck would you ever do that? Shotguns are fucking worthless, you know?
doubled down on
Shotguns are worthless 9/10 of the time. If that guy's 50 feet further from you, you don't really have this. You're dead. Especially if he's 100 feet away. Which is 9/10 of the time. So anybody dual gunning shotguns is a fucking moron. I'm sorry, all the shotguns that you put in these fucking games is so far from reality and I get off on shotguns a lot. I love shotguns, don't get me wrong. Love firing them. They're great. You make good shotguns in these shooters. But shotguns are for dumb people. You don't almost ever pull out the shotgun. Shotguns there's a guy around the corner. That's about it. Otherwise, I think of a shotgun as basically the same strength as a knife. I really do. It's more effective than a knife. That's it. Its range is worthless. And you see all the time in Fortnite, PUBG, all these toxic-ass boomer shooters in online games, Call of Duty in this, everybody's got a shotgun, and that's so goddamn dumb. It's like they're voluntarily signing up for a loss. And I'm sorry, I don't think shotguns are common in combat. Like, I don't think so. You almost never hear about it. I mean,
the hysterical absurdity of it all, and honestly, it never gets old. So if there's no...
if I was in wartime in a situation like this and somebody tried to hand me a shotgun, I'd be like, what's my position? Where's the door? Meaning, where do you want me and what door do you want me to breach? Because that's what shotguns are for, doors. That's about it. You know what I'm saying? But you see Ninja jumping around like a fucking shotgun monkey all the time and one-shotting people constantly. And it's like, man, that toxic bullshit, you gotta miss me with that. Get that the fuck out of my games. Get it out. Get the shotguns out of here. I don't mean like to make them disappear. I mean like you overuse them. It's a bad, bad trope. Shotguns are not as common as that.
Story, what exactly are you...
Street sweepers are a little more... like, I think Tarkov did the Street Sweeper right. Street Sweepers are a little more acceptable, I think. That would make sense in a combat situation like this. Fucking pump shotguns don't really belong in shooters. They're a very, very specific situational gun. And every time one of you idiot developers makes it worse by putting more shotguns in your game, I get a little bit more jaded towards it.
doing? As I said, blowing shit up. But there's actually a bit more to it than that. There's a surprising variety of mission types here, from destroying nests to hunting down a specific boss enemy
Cool.
to disabling an illegal broadcast.
Great co-op game. That's good. That's good.
To preparing and firing a nuclear warhead.
Look at the co-op. It looks amazing. I hope it's really good. Drop in, drop out.
It's my favorite.
I hope it's drop in, drop out, because if it's that Xbox fucking Steam garbage, fucking miss me with that.
Tagging map, south.
They're quite involved objectives too, where other games would typically have these as one very familiar defend the point style thing and then copy paste it along the game. Each of these have several other steps to perform while being battered
I
by
don't
enemy
like that.
hordes. So for example, a mission labeled simply as retrieve
It's still telling me what to do.
valuable data had us go to a location
And now I see that the single player does not have the depth that I'm looking for. We will move on to the multiplayer.
launching from above, explosions lighting up the scenery, and allies cheering as you collectively tear through the swarm. I mean, it all looks and sounds badass. It's not just mindless mob grinding like you might expect, though. There's a good variety of enemy types you'll need to learn how to dispatch. I'll let you discover the automatons for yourself, because fighting them for the first time is quite a humbling experience. On the Terminid side, for example, though, those are the bugs. You've got the fresh hatchlings that aren't too threatening on their own, but if you get complacent and find yourself backed into a corner, they'll very quickly take you out. There are larger ones that are more heavily armored, and you'll need to break their carapace with higher caliber weaponry, or you can try and get a good angle to hit their exposed areas. There's also much, much bigger ones, and for those, you'll need to call in the big guns. And by big guns, I do mean big guns. A core part of your kit that you'll lock in before launch are your stratagems, which you can command your ship to fire down to the surface. So these are things like various bombs, strafing runs, orbital strikes, but also turrets and special weapon ordnance like rocket launchers and machine guns. You can only equip 4 of these on a mission, each with their own cooldowns to be mindful of.
I don't like
There's
it. I think that stupid Call of Duty functionality bullshit was always a really bad system in general. I had a cousin who was a regional fucking champion on Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, the original, on the 360. And all he would do is run 2 prox mines. That's it. Find 2 doors, run 2 prox mines, and you can be the best in the world. And I don't like this. I don't want it. Sorry.
40 of these to unlock, each with their own meaningful utility. They're a major part of progression, and I was so impressed by how vast this arsenal is.
Now, I like the depth of the system. Because it looks like shooters are getting a really nice system. You know, it looks like they're being done justice, and I like the system. But I do not find it appealing.
There's 2 things especially that I love about how these function. Number 1, that sequence of directional inputs I mentioned for the terminals. Yeah.
Like in terms of how deep it looks.
Each stratagem has the same thing, and while muscle memory will eventually kick in here, trying to input the Konami code with 20 giant space bugs swarming my position is certainly not a chill time. You might think to input the command beforehand and then run around with the beacon, but that's not always ideal because you can absolutely get knocked down and drop it on the floor.
I don't like those stuns where they knock you down all the time. I don't like knockdowns at all. I want them out of the fucking games, and I think that's something Triple Anus does that's unacceptable. Fallout 76 had it so bad. Fucking really bad. Knockdowns are unacceptable. Get them the fuck out of the game. Knockdowns happen, and they should happen, but not as many times as you do them all the time. You overuse that mechanic.
Leading you to scramble for your life before hellfire rains down on your position. Number 2, friendly fire. Like the previous Helldivers, friendly fire is on at all times for everything, including that 500 kilogram nuke you plan on dropping. Yes, it results in the obvious shenanigans, but
like that it looks like a shooting gallery of an RPG shooter. I don't like that it seems like it doesn't seem to have an identity about what it wants you to do. I think a true Horde thing would just get worse and worse if you didn't continue to beat it. And I think you could let the system just overwhelm these people, and it would be amazing. It would be truly amazing. This looks too objective based.
And anything, it means you've really got to be aware of...
It's that thing I was just talking about. Show, don't tell.
You and your allies' position.
I don't think you need any of this information or any of this clutter and crap. Maybe the compass is necessary. All the rest of that shit I don't really think you need. Maybe that gun and the ammo readout. There's all these other stylistic things that I personally have that I don't think are necessary for everybody else, But it's looking a little corporate,
so as to not waste revives.
I like this circle that they've got moving around the crosshair. That's something I've always really loved.
But yes, it is.
That's an old PlayStation thing from Siphon Filter.
Quite funny to drop a nuke on your friends. The combination of the mission structure, the gun handling, the enemy types, and stratagems you can employ results in this game feeling far more strategic than I expected. It is dumb fun, but it also rewards considered planning before and during the mission and demands you adapt on the fly.
I don't like that there's missions. I think that's entirely unnecessary. That's the old Xbox 360 ways that they're stuck in. I don't want that.
Pear-shaped.
Open up a map like Fortnite, dump 100 guys in there, run the swarm, and let it get worse. Just let it keep until it's like this catastrophic thing that's opened up a fucking giant purple fucking, Illuminati triangle in the sky, and that thing's shining a big purple laser all over the fucking land, like Sauron or whatever, and it kills everybody one shot wherever it lands, and everybody's shooting fucking, aliens and shit, and the aliens are pushing you in towards the center of the map so they can surround you and just completely envelop you. And then the nuke hits or whatever, right? All this shit about missions or eradicate bug nests or any of that stuff, that's your Far Cry bullshit. That's your Ubisoft bullshit. That's entirely unnecessary. Doesn't need to be there, and it poisons the well, and it shouldn't be there. And that's why I won't buy the game. Unfortunately, I see this, and it's a big turnoff. I don't need this here. I don't want to see this. I think you boxed your sandbox. I think you put a cardboard box around your sandbox.
Arrowhead Studios have hit a home run on the gameplay loop.
Why is it necessary? I don't mind having different points to jump to, but why is any of this other stuff necessary? I think you could easily let the fucking swarm be entirely the gameplay.
On both,
and I think they're scared to do this, and I think they shouldn't be. I think they shouldn't be scared of putting, they're scared of putting a lot of things on screen at once, but I don't know. What are we paying for these fucking 4090s for,
Macro and micro level. And it's such a joy to play that even as I write this, I'm itching to drop back in and squish some more bugs.
The automatons have just launched surprise invasions.
I don't see a core gameplay loop of a reward at the end. What do you get at the end of this? I guess a clan and fun all day, I guess. But I also don't see some amazing thing at the end of this. I don't see an incentive to beat this game or even buy it.
Of multiple developed worlds.
I don't know what would be at the end of it. It needed something like the Fortnite extraction thing, where getting off the fucking planet is the only goal. It is far to point A to point B. It's the same corporate bullshit. It's the same old Space Marine Halo bullshit. Go to this and do that, And honestly, the only gameplay needed to be the extraction and the swarm. That's it. And maybe on the north side, they've got rocket launchers holding off the big ones, but they don't have any grunts to shoot the small ones that come up. And there's a commander at the center of the outpost that's regearing and retooling, who took a shot to the shoulder and is healing. And he's telling the fucking grunts to go help the rocket launcher guys on the north side, because you know there's like a fucking pyramid head coming in 10 minutes or something like that. And there's no missions or anything like that. You have continually chained your sandboxes. You put chains all throughout your sandboxes. You need to stop doing it. Orbital strikes don't give a shit unless it means helping me escape the planet.
In response, the Helldivers have
Why not rip off Fortnite and try to tackle Fortnite? You obviously had the shooter acumen. Take on Fortnite and let us have a nice 200-person island where we all work with each other to get the fuck off that planet, and let us get out of there and make it be an extraction shooter. I think you fucked up horribly with the fucking design, and I won't give you my money.
been partially redirected.
I'm sorry. I mean, you know, I'm doing this to give you guys my honest opinion. It's not like I want that opinion. I wanted to buy the game. I came here looking for a reason to buy this game. I think you have changed your sandbox far too much.
From Operation Valiant Enclosure to defend against the bot incursion.
The final thing I want to talk about is how Arrowhead have perfectly positioned this game as a live service, and how excited I am for the future of this game in a way that I haven't been for many others. When you go on your first mission, you'll come over to this galaxy map and select a planet that's currently at war. Interestingly, you'll notice the vast majority of these planets on the galaxy map are grayed out. And that's because the community has completely liberated these planets, and the ones further out are ones we haven't yet pushed the enemy back to. Each planet has a...
See, this is what I'm looking for. That's what I was just talking about. And you bungled it. And I'm not going to pay you.
push and pull going on.
You bungled this. You bungled this.
Successful missions will bump out.
All you needed to do was put the planets and do a quick play button like Fortnite, and it just pops you to a fucking planet with 300 fucking other people, and you've got to get off that planet in 2 hours or something like that. In 2 hours, no matter what, the swarm will just overdo you. So what happens in that 2 hour fucking period? And you can leave whenever you want, and other people come in and all this stuff. But I mean, I think you are chaining your sandbox far too much. All this stuff about they have finished this one it's utter bullshit. That is your chains on the sandbox. They finished this one, so why would you ever go do that content?
Our progress up, but failures will bump it down. It is my understanding then that there's a ton of planets we haven't yet seen, and that we won't see until the community at large completely drives back the enemy or even succumbs to them. I mean, just the other day, after like 3 long days of battle on the final planet of a sector, we finally managed to liberate it, and now there's 2 completely new maps available to us in the next sector. And then on the other side, we actually just...
I love this, but I don't think it was correctly implemented. But I love this, and I don't have anything other negative about it to say.
lost the battle
I've seen EVE Online do it better, which is why.
against the machines, and they've now pushed us back closer to Earth. So the live service model already makes sense within the context of this world.
I think so, except it's still fetch quests and light quests to get it all done, which is what's wrong with it, and it's why I won't buy it.
Hasn't been twisted and contorted to fit.
It is a Nazi game. It's there to tell you what to do all the time. All the time it's objective based, and I don't like objective based shooters. Don't. Fucking dirt boring, and all of them are dying because they should die. They're boring.
It like many
They're boring.
other-
Like, what's the incentive here? I get off, you know. I could see the extraction, you know, you need some core gameplay loop where 200 of us went on the planet, and oh my god, all 200 of us escaped. I don't know how, man. 5 years this game has been out, and we took the record for all 200 of us got off the island somehow, right? That's that extraction thing. It needs to be there much more, and it doesn't need to be this, oh, go here and do a bunch of fucking crappy point A to point B fetch quests and liberation stuff and all this. It just needs to be, you join, you fight, you escape. Like Fortnite. Fortnite did it very simple, and I know you don't want to copy their format, but their format was better. That island format, it's better, and you should have embraced that. This is, I don't care that it seems deep. It's not deep. It's just grinding the same boring, shitty missions over and over and over again. And sure, they've got a new dot on the map, and they've got some planet you've never seen, but it's the same architecture, same graphics, same aliens, same stuff. And it's not the depth. It's not the depth of a sandbox. It's a chain sandbox. They should have just unleashed the swarm in some unholy level of amount of actual numbers and shit, and they should have made the guns actually do damage instead of bullet sponge, so that you can wipe out whole hordes really quick, like Starship Troopers, right? And and just left it to a bunch of random planets that you can't travel to. It just pops you to one, and you're in that sector for a couple of hours trying to help that group of people get out of that fucking planet. Like something. I'm just trying to point out some way to execute it that doesn't look like Destiny. It looks like Destiny to me. This looks like a bad ripoff of the fucking Destiny campaign. It at least has a progress level, which Destiny didn't really have. But I mean, this is a bad ripoff of a Destiny campaign, and Destiny is straight dead. Straight dead.
The live service titles have. What better setup for an ongoing game than an ongoing war? A mutual goal that encourages you to get in there and do your part, and then rewards that community effort with new content on the regular. It is the very definition of an evolving game, a goal that few live service games succeed at. You can imagine then that in the future, logging in 1 week will have an entirely different roster of locations to the next, and I can totally see the unveiling of those planets eventually.
Guns are kind of boring. You've got to work in like a couple of other systems here, like jets and fucking melee and like grenadier and mortar. I think there is grenadier and mortar in this, but I mean, like, I think you need the whole battlefield range of jobs and range of stuff that you can do, and medics and all that stuff. And I'm kind of wondering if this game is like that. Maybe it is. Is there healers? I don't know. But I don't think they're going to play a big role in it, and I think it was necessary. I think the Holy Trinity needed to be here, and it's not. I think,
bundled with new.
I think you need a Ridley from Aliens in a big yellow suit fucking fighting these aliens as a tank for you, so that the alien can't really go around and one-shot all the grunts. It's got to fight because Ridley's pounding on it with a hydraulic press, right? You need something like that. This game doesn't have the depth I was looking for.
Objectives, enemy types.
Like, it doesn't have the Trinity. I mean, I don't know, man. It's like, I look at it and I'm like, yeah, it is a good game. It looks like a 9. Great.
Like, for
but
example,
no, the depth that I need in modern gaming is not here. It's not here.
Vehicles and mechs, which they have teased. Remains to be seen if the game will evolve over time in the way that I expect it will, but it's an exciting prospect nonetheless. Then there's the progression.
The combat looks kind of slow a little bit.
Monetization. So there's 2 main avenues of progression here: stratagems and requisitions. Stratagems you'll unlock using credits you've earned on missions, but you also earn medals that allow you to purchase items in the requisitions tab, which is kind of like a battle pass. There's of course a free one and a premium one. You try to unlock everything.
And there it is.
On one page before you move on to the next.
I was waiting
Unlike
for it.
a lot of other sort of live service games, the pass that you get for free here
is good.
Filled with garbage fluff like emblems or boosters or whatever.
No, it's actually got good stuff.
This is where you unlock a lot of your weapons.
Why do you do those dumb emotes?
And armor, again, completely free. The premium one works on a similar system with different offerings, but it does take longer to work through. There's been a little controversy here in that this could be considered pay to win because there's weapon variants and armor in here. I don't agree with that, not because this is a PvE only game or whatever, but because I simply haven't seen anything in here that'll give you a measurable leg up, especially given how difficulty works in this game, but we'll talk about that in a second. That could change, of course, for sure, but for now it seems like most player power is tied to the stratagems and the free track, both of which you cannot fast track with premium currency. But what about all the stuff that does cost premium currency? Well, I have a bunch of great news for you. First of all, you can very easily earn it from simply playing the game. There's bundles of them in the free pass for very low cost, and you can even find them in caches on missions. So after just a few hours of play, I had maybe 200 or so, and I thought to myself, cool, that must be like a 1/10 of an armor piece in the cash shop. To my utter shock, no, armor costs anywhere between just 150 to 300 currency. But maybe you want to spend some money to pick up some currency. What's that?
Well, they got smarter with the cash shop. That's good. and they actually made items that is worth buying with the pointless bits. That's the first time I've ever seen that.
Version like. I thought 150
Those fucking pointless bits that Fortnite do and all that stuff. Like, what? V-Bucks are so dumb because none of this stuff is affordable. If it was affordable, I would play the game more.
gonna be like $15 or
If you just make it like 150 and I can make, 150 a day, that's actually not that bad.
something, given what we've
Like, I will play your game a lot more. You're starting to understand you get more flies with honey.
sadly grown accustomed to.
And not these huge price figures.
No, again, it's $2. $2. The highest bundle you can buy is like $20, and so far there's been nothing even
$30.
remotely close to that cost in the store. I don't know, man. That sure feels like the good old days to me when microtransactions were actually micro, and it comes at the perfect time too. This is a shining example of what a live service game should look like. It's a game whose systems have been cleverly built to facilitate that, with monetization that is actually reasonable for once, and it certainly helps that the foundations of its gameplay are rock fucking solid. It's no surprise then that Helldivers 2 has found great success despite general trepidation towards the live service model.
Oh, that'll work.
So perhaps unsurprisingly, this has been a very glowing review, but there's a few things to note before you go and pick this up. A lingering question you may have is, can I play this solo? Now, if you mean literally just going completely alone on missions, the answer is yes, but I suspect you'll only get so far when pushing the difficulty. See, difficulty does not scale to the corresponding amount of players in a squad. Each difficulty's parameters are fixed and are calibrated specifically around co-op play. For this reason, it's a great drop-in, drop-out game, as there's no gear grind or level gating or anything. You can just play with your friends straight away, but it does make soloing a challenge. You can probably play on easy and medium solo. Anything above that though, you'll want some allies. This is where things get a little dicey. Now, most of my playtime has been with complete randoms through the in-game matchmaking. My experience has been admittedly turbulent though. Most of the time, the quick play thing straight up doesn't work at all. So the other option is to join one of the available groups that pop up on the
Oh, we
map.
got the netcode issues of a possible scam. Uh-oh. Netcode is always a really big fucking sign of an actual scam.
In which case, there's like a 50%
And the guy mentioned netcode right away. He was like, yeah, and the quick play doesn't work.
chance that'll work for you. It's a little bit better now.
I'm sure it's better now. Oh, no. Oh, no.
And at the moment, there's an equally good chance that you'll get disconnected during a mission. So the most reliable way to play, of course, is to group up with actual friends that you know, and there is crossplay if you're on different platforms.
It's a co-op
which is nice.
shooter.
All this is to
It's
say-
not an MMO. It's not a sandbox. It's just a crappy 4-player Dino Riders. I kept thinking Dino Riders. I was like, why does this look like Dino Riders? It's like they resold Dino Riders and made it good. And I liked Dino Riders, but I didn't think it was a good enough game to sit around.
The game
I don't
is
think this is a good enough game to sit around either.
best enjoyed co-op, but your ability to do so is kind of a
I like that it looks like Lost Planet, but I don't think they made it cool enough. Like Lost Planet looks more fun than this.
dice roll, particularly on
Like notice that there's no like orange things to shoot or anything.
PS-
There's stuff that they could have done like that other games did as tropes that would have really made this experience better. Like where's the saw points and stuff, you know? It's an alien bug shooter. They gotta have soft points that are lit up a little bit, you know.
5, where I've heard the server issues are far more rampant. On the performance front as well, I've heard mixed reports.
Oh no, and the performance. Oh yeah, I mean, I look at this and I'm like, look at all that fog. It can't possibly be good.
So in general, the game
Why did you put all this fog?
seems decently optimized. On my PC with an RTX 4080 Super, it runs flawlessly at 4K max settings, but that's hardly surprising. I also played a lot of this though on my mid-range laptop with an RTX 3060 and running on a mix of high and medium settings at 2K resolution. I was getting about 50 to 60 FPS most of the time, and the game still looks fantastic too. That said, I was dipping to as low as 40
60 FPS
on occasion
on a 3060? It's not optimized at all.
when the action got particularly...
Oh, there's no way I'm buying it. Bye. It's a scam, guys. Now, okay, I'm going to make my prediction here. I think this game will drop to 110. 110. Exactly like the other Flash in the Pan game. Oh, how far we have fallen. Lethal Company. Which went from, you know, oh, actually, I mean, this has always been a cheap game, but yep. Look, and so you can see it, Flash in the Pan. It's got those Flash in the Pan numbers, and look, concurrent is good. It's looking like people are still really enjoying it. They're happy with the money, a lot more than Power World, apparently. So, yeah, where's Power World on this? Look, they hopped off Power World, too. Look, Power World is totally gone. Look at this. All these games are Flash in the Pan. Power World is number 24 now. See, and I didn't buy it. I was like, nope. And look, and I mean, it was never that expensive in the first place. But yeah, wow, what an interesting time to be alive. You got to dodge these scams. You want to know what I do own? Oops. Want to know what I do own? Well, if I could open the goddamn Steam. There we go. Want to know what I do own? Dragon's Dogma 2 Deluxe Edition. It's gonna be so good. Yeah, March 21st, bitch. Tomorrow. What time will Dragon's Dogma 2 hit? Let's go see. I'll have to plan my whole fucking day around it. What time will Dragon's Dogma 2 unlock on Steam? It's going to unlock approximately 1 day and 7 hours. 1 day and 7 hours, yeah, okay. Whatever. One day and 3 hours, so that's 27 hours from now? Which I still don't really have. What time will it be in 27 hours, right? What? Yeah, there we go. What time will it be in 27 hours? Make it 28. Or no. What time will it be in 28 hours? Yeah. So so like 5 p.m. tomorrow. Interesting. So midday tomorrow, Dragon's Dogma 2 will pop, and I bought Dragon's Dogma 2. Yeah. Okay, so now Helldivers, Lost Ark, really? Why are people buying Lost Ark? Isn't that game free? Oh, people are downloading it. Ooh, this is another game I'm excited for. Forbidden West, I'm excited for that. This is also hitting in 18 hours. I'm not going to buy this game right away. I can't afford it, but I will probably buy it on the 1st. Yeah, I'll probably play Horizon Zero Dawn West. I'm going to play 2 new games in the next month. It'll be Horizon Zero West and Dragon's Dogma 2. What time? Let's go back to that website here. What time? What time does Dragon's Dogma 2 release on Steam again? Right. Here's where Dragon's Dogma 2 launches in your region. Yep, so at 5 p.m. tomorrow... I will play Dragon's Dogma 2. I kind of wish I owned some version of Exoprimal, but nobody's playing it is the problem. Alright, so I am going to go to the Mog House now. And go test out this Kraken Club. I'm very excited about that.
Why don't you do it and not say it? Don't explain it to me, do it. Similar to that, sarcastic NPCs. Oh my god. So original, so edgy. Seriously, if that's your idea as a narrative designer of making an interesting character, oh, they're really sarcastic. That's new. It has been done to death. And let me just tell you, I complained once to a designer and said, you know what you're doing is super cliche. And he went, well, sometimes cliches work. This was after ripping apart everyone else's work for being cliche. So, yeah, before things were tropes, they were called cliche. Other things I see in RPGs are things like an open world, just for the sake of having an open world. So you can say, we have an open world. Yeah, and there's nothing there. There's no real reason to explore it. There's no real discovery to be made in it. It's just kilometers of nothingness. So I usually find that happens because somebody had a great idea for an RPG that would have worked great with zones or hub and spoke or something like that. But it makes think somebody on the team or the publisher came along and said, well, you got to have an open world. That's the thing. So like, okay, there's an open world. It's boring. Similarly, complex systems, like complex system mechanics, just for the sake of being complexity, you're not getting anything really cool out of it, something new and novel. You just throw a lot at the player. And maybe you're doing it because you're gonna let's throw a lot of things at them and hope something sticks.
I'll use that on Ninja.
These are things where I find myself, if I have to go online to figure out how to spend my level up point, or I have to use a spreadsheet to figure it out, at that point I'm usually like, I'm done. Leveling up should be fun and imaginative.
I don't like pallies and I don't like ninjas. You want to know why? Because they fuck around with something that's impossible. Invincibility.
And I should have an idea for a character and I see how to do it in your system. Not, well, I'm here and I want to be here.
Wait, what?
And I'm going to have to build along here and then unlock this and then build along here. At that point, I'm like, I'm done. I'm bored now. Another one that gets me is fake evil. These are games that say they have evil paths, and technically they do, but usually what happens if you try to follow the evil path, the game stops. It's like, okay, you could have won, game over. Or, okay, you released the plague, game over. So they can say on the back of the box or in a review, "Hey, we got an evil path." Not really.
Not really.
I've often seen RPGs go a slightly different way, where you can pick evil, but then it really shuts down a lot of parts of the game. Quests go away. Yep. NPCs don't talk to you much anymore. You're just attacked everywhere. Yeah, you can still finish the game, probably by killing everyone. And so technically they can go, "Oh yeah, there's an evil path." But it's really not. It's certainly not the same as being good. And the game pushes you to being good. And then one last thing I thought of is I've actually played games where it's fake evil in the sense of you can dress evil, maybe act evil, but you're doing the exact same path that the good characters are doing. You just, look goth or something. And people go, "Oh, look at you." But you're still doing exactly the same thing.
He's making fun of Fable.
It's why Temple of Elemental Evil, at the end, we threw a lot of endings in there that I found unusual. Like, how many games does you go up against the bad guy and go, "I'd like to work for you"? Zugtmoy, I agree with your literature and I would like to join your club. Or worse, you show up and go, "You call this evil? I'm evil. You join me." And you can back it up and it can happen. That's playing evil.
I think I want
Not,
to do.
Well, I've been bad.
I think I want to do a modded Skyrim murder run. I've never done that before. I don't think so. Most of the time, those NPCs actually waste you. They're actually kind of hard to kill. They're like, they always have some nasty magic where they one shot you. But I kind of want to do a playthrough of Skyrim where I don't do any quests. I just murder everybody I come across. Everywhere I go, just kill everybody. I don't know. The problem is, I don't know how you make the combat like better or whatever. It's hard. It's hard. Like the gear that the NPCs drop should be the core gameplay loop behind a run like that. Like I need the gear from the town vendor. I need it now so I can just go to some other really hard place really fast. But it doesn't have that really. It's all the same. The gear doesn't matter.
But I'm still gonna kill the bad guy.
In Morrowind, the gear mattered. You could, I mean, a murder run in Morrowind was really powerful. You could go to the game boss like, you know, in an hour. You could go to Dren Plantation and loot out like 85,000 fucking gold worth of like fucking legendaries, essentially, sitting there in the Orvis Dren Plantation. I used to do it all the time. Go right up there, you jump on top of the fucking shelf, and you just loot his entire room, because if you're elevated above them, they can't see you. And then you've got like the best, some of the best armor in the game, and some of the best like vendor in the game, and some of the pieces are worth like 17,000 gold and stuff, and it's just sitting on a fucking table. It's not even inside of a box or anything like that, because he's standing there. The Dren Plantation guy is standing there defending it. But I mean, you can just take everything in front of him. And I used to use that to just break the game. And it would be fun from there if you could make the Morrowind combat fun like New World somehow. Or the Skyrim combat fun like New World somehow. But you can't. It's the same old bullshit Bethesda combat. And like the spells are fun, but that's and the archery's fun, but it's sort of one and the same. And I don't know. I like the archery, but you know. And so I was thinking, like, what could a murder run offer me that would make the gameplay more fun? Like, would the loot that all the NPCs in the towns drop, would it help me somehow? No, because the gear implementation in Skyrim is terrible. It wouldn't help me in a way that where I would ever want any of it. You know, the potions maybe. The potions are nice, but I mean, I never get in any fights where I need a potion or something. The combat's so goddamn bad, and this is a breaking loop in their games. So I want to go do a murder run in like Fallout 4 would be pretty fun. Murder run in Fallout 4 might be pretty fun. Just kill everybody that you meet. That might be pretty fun. Fallout 4 murder run. Evil murder run, where I just kill everybody I fucking meet. Because in Fallout 4 survival mode, it is dog eat dog, and the items do matter, and it is scary, and the combat is good, like 76. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll think about a Fallout 4 murder run. Maybe might do something like that. Because I haven't ever really murdered my way through a Bethesda game. I don't think ever. I just never intrinsically was a murderer in any game but like Grand Theft Auto or like Rust. You know, I've never been like the kind of guy who needed to kill NPCs for some reason. I mean, I kill mindless NPCs that annoy me all the time like a murderer, but I don't go looking to kill the town vendor to take his loot to get some kind of upgrade or some kind of advantage. Usually very seldom will I do something like that, because I would never resort to something like that in real life. So like I wouldn't really want it in my gameplay, you know.
I don't like that. Then there's a whole host of things that I've seen. RPGs with pure linear stories. RPGs with pre-made characters that you have to play that come with their own name and backstory. Sometimes they even come with their own stats.
I don't
sometimes you can
understand
change
that.
them, sometimes you can't.
Yep.
Sometimes you can change them as you play, but you start exactly the same as everyone else. And then RPGs with no real choice or consequence. They either don't have any, or they have the fake one, like I talk about fake evil. They have things you can choose, but it changes nothing. Like it's just a different line in dialogue that leads to the exact same quest to be done the exact same way. So it's like window dressing choice and consequence. And people often ask me, would you consider them not to be RPGs? To me, an RPG is a continuum. And every time you do that, if you make a linear story, you're a little less of an RPG to me. Pre-made main character, a little less. No choice and consequence, a little less.
I shall go to Bordeaux
eventually
and
you
get a
will
coffer
towards
key.
the
I think,
other
unless I
side
have
of the
one.
spectrum,
I
which is
don't
you're
know.
pretty much having me
I don't
play
think so.
an adventure game. The flip side of that though is combat, and more combat, where you get an RPG, but it's really a combat simulator with some attributes or skills like attached onto it. I know some people thought about that temple. No, that was just me being a bad narrative designer. But when I play a game,
I have to go look at BSTAF real quick. FFXI. I'll do the AF quest with this Kraken Club. It's just for fun. Wings of Gold. I'm on the chest. Wings of Gold. I'm going into Scattered into Shadow, A New Dawn, Boggers' Wild at his hands. I want the Jack Coat. And that is from Boggers' Wildest Hands, which is the Bordeaux Coffer. Okay, so speak to the Hoda and that's chest keys. Deadly Minnow. Touch one of those to receive Shadow Flame. Somebody will your beast clubs. This completes the quest. Use the code without this quest and will receive the attire. These coffers are not required to complete the quest. Oh, okay. These coffers are not required to complete the quest. You must have beast clubs when you open these coffers. Gustav mentioned something else about you can find these two more pieces about offering coffers in the following zones. Okay, so now I just go get Garliage and Bordeaux, and I've done some work in Garliage. But, Garliage would be fun, I guess. Do I have the pets? Yes, I do, but I don't, yeah, that should be right. Garliage. I guess yeah, Bordeaux is such a long walk. I think I'll do the easy one first, which is the helm. Or no, I guess I'll go work on Bordeaux. Oh, I don't want anybody else. I don't want to sync to their schedule. I don't want it poisoning my stream. I'm not. I don't want other humans involved. Things go well, I've noticed, if I don't involve other humans. If I involve other humans, generally I look bad somehow. Either I'm not playing on their standard because I'm not I just don't main the game like them, or I'm just bad or something like that. Whatever it is. And I've noticed that involving other humans has not gone well for me. I'm going to try and stay, really try and avoid it, really. Yeah, the run speed, it's a little better. I think they should have made it better. The run speed's really bad in this game. I have a turn-in for hunting. I forgot about that. Nice. Claim rewards. Cool. And now I will go to Garliage and I will kill stuff in the basement. Do I have instant warp? Yes, I do. Let's go see if this Kraken Club makes this easier. I kind of doubt it, but one of the nice things is I do have 146 club skill from my Black Mage, so, I don't even have to skill up the club. It's nice. I can go for Bush Pigs, Wyzant, or Mountain Spider. Mountain Spider might be fun content. I don't know how easy those are to kill for a solo, though. And they want 5 of them, which is kind of crazy, but it pays 2 gold. I don't know what a Wyzant is, and it's in the steppe, and it gives good hunter renown, but it doesn't give standing. I suppose the mountain spider is the next one. It'll change in 4 minutes. Let's see what it is in 4 minutes, and I'll see if it's something better. I like that system. That's a great system. I love it. I'll kill tainted flesh is what I'll do. I think, anyways. Never thought I'd see myself ride around with a fucking, like, some form of a cracking club. That's new to me. Fucking trip. Tagmaton Soldier, Forest Troll, or Niter Queen. I think if I want to make progress in this, I should try and get the mountain spiders down. And I should maybe go solo with no horse. And just do the travel on foot, maybe. I don't know. And just go with a spear and like nothing but an investment of a spear. I think I bought a spear for 5 gold. Yeah. And who was that just? Oh, that was a fucking raptor. I was like, what the hell? You know, it's funny. I think the same day that I got the Octave Club, I also pretty much I'm gonna stop doing XP parties, which is really sad. At least on the BST, because all these BST snobs seem to care about the gear, and I couldn't give a flying fuck about that. I've got better gear than them now, but I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't know. Like, something about their attitude is really bothering me a bit. They're kind of nubs. Some of those BSTs. They're like actually really rude people. Like, we were nice to each other last night, but it was still kind of a fuck up, sort of. I asked him a direct question, and he pointedly dodged it. It was so annoying. A direct question that mattered a lot, and he wouldn't answer. And I wasn't going to be rude and fucking press him on it. I was like, do you want me to go change or not? You know? But I felt like it was rude, and he was already annoyed with me. So I was just like, all right, well, should I go change it? And he didn't answer, so I didn't go. I didn't know how bad that was socially, like, gonna do with me, because he didn't fucking answer the question. And it's just like, God damn it, man. Like, I was asking a question, and I even said in the party chat, I was like, this question matters because it means that you lose a member for half an hour, you know? That's literally verbatim what I said. In the party chat, I was like, this question that you dodged and ignored matters because if I do go back and change my sub, we will lose half an hour, you know? And then I was like, and you just ignored it. You did not answer. I asked him twice. I was like, do you want me to go back? I'll change it. I'll do the run again. And he wouldn't respond. And at that point, I was like, okay. Well, you keep bringing it up, but then when I say, okay, you want me to go change it? You're like, you don't respond. And I'm like, okay. Whatever. I don't work well with humans anymore. I don't know. I'm too direct of a person. I can't do fucking around with people anymore. I ask a fucking question, I kind of mean it, you know. What's a night snatcher? Dire wolf. Let's try the dire wolf. I don't know. The animals seem scary to me because you get 3 of them on you at once, which is sort of bad, you know. All right, I took the dire wolf quest because it gives the best renown. It seems scary to me because if I'm solo and I eat 3 dire wolves, I'm dead. So I don't know. It seems like kind of a quest that might lead to a death. You know, we'll see. Put my axes and my horse stuff away, and I'm gonna go do this on foot because I don't want to lose a horse. Or well, I'm so rich it doesn't really matter, I suppose. I guess I'll just take a horse. It's faster, but I also think it makes me a target. This objective is 1,000 meters away. What was that sound? Oh, okay. That yeah, he pulled the siege bat. Fuck, the way he did it, it made me nervous because his party is on a mob, and I heard his blade come out, and I was like, "What the fuck's happening here? Am I being like Rust makes you such a paranoid person? You're like, what was that sound?" It did not help me. It did, like, I'm such a jumpy person now. I'm like, what was that sound? I'm like kind of like nervous, you know. I'm like a nervous Nelly. I'm like, I heard a blade out. Why are blades out? You know. I'm like, is it Mortal? Is it Final Fantasy? What's going on? Why are we blades out right now? You have a mob already. And so I immediately was like, why is this blade out when you guys already have a mob? And he was just pulling, which was kind of funny. Yeah. Gonna leave. Sneak invite. Yeah. Okay, here's my first Kraken mob of all time. I'm glad I'm recording it. I doubt I have any viewership, but I'm not even gonna look. And I hope you guys enjoy this. I'm gonna fuck around with the Kraken Club now. It's something you don't see every day in Final Fantasy. It's a rare item on a retail server, and it's a rare item here. I want to pull the mine. Yeah, I want to pull the mine, but will the ghost aggro? Yes, he will. The ghost is the most annoying part because the blood aggro fucks everything. Maybe I should just kill everything. Maybe that's maybe what I should do. I don't know. Get the funnel bats out of the funnel bats and the beetles out of here first, I guess, because they're like too close to fight. Ooh, I have Skullbreaker. I do. What else do I have? Oh my god, I get Moonlight. I could just generate mana for my party. Never mind, I will XP party. Never mind. Yeah, show me an 8-hit. Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5. Spank. Bank. Oh yeah, look at my damage went up so much. I got TP so fast. Oh look, I'm never gonna have. I don't need Astral Rings. I can just Moonlight all the time. Oh my god, my game is gonna be so much better now. I have endless mana now. It's so funny. I have endless mana for my party now. Like, oh my god, I am gonna XP party. Fuck it. Oh my god. Look at me just wail on this bat. I'm not stopping. I'm just bat. I will beat the fuck out of you, you stupid bat. Oh, it felt great. I loved it. It was great. I loved it. I loved it. It was so great. It was just great. It's almost orgasmic. It's like, it's a power level that I've never reached before. It's
Your
just
skill has
insane. It's
increased.
something I've never done before. And I always really love that. That's always new pioneers areas and stuff, you know? Definitely. Now, what happened here? Did you aggro? Oh, no. I have a mine on me now. Get the tiger on the mine. Oh no, I have 3 on me now. Why?
Your skill has
Okay,
increased.
I told you to get on the mine. Did you actually do it? Get on the fucking mine. Get on the mine. I told you to get on the mine. Why do I have 3? There's not even 2 mines in this area. Why do I have 3? Ridiculous. Come on. There's not 2 mines right here. Why are you acting like there is? Come on. Okay, you. I don't know, but I want to keep healing. Yeah, let me heal. I need you to get on the other hell mine. The self-destruct is going to waste me. It sucks.
Your skill has increased.
I don't know what to do. I don't know. Heal. Can I heal? No, I can't. I need to... I need to job ability... Or no, I need a weapon skill for Moonlight. There. Now. Heal. Oh my god, kill the whatever. Oh my god, kill the hell mine, I guess. Yeah, kill the hell mine. I'll get on him. I don't think I can do this. I died right away.
Your skill has
Why did
increased.
4 fucking mobs aggro? There was 2 right here. 2. Just 2. There wasn't even mines within fucking 50 yawns. Why did 2 mines immediately come? I've never understood that about this fucking game. I did not even see 2 mines. I did not see it, you know? Oh my god, my tiger's already dead. And when I... Oh. Maybe I should just... Yeah, I don't know. I'm dead. Oh wow, he's
Your skill has increased.
Okay. How much was that? 728. Interesting. Well, besides the buttfuck link of these asshole developers, it was a positive experience. That was poisoned by the, the well was poisoned by the piece of shit developer with an inexplicable link of mobs that weren't even near me. But beyond that, it was a good experience. Yeah, it was good. I had a beetle and a bat and no hell mines within vision, none. And so the minute I got on the bat, suddenly 2 hell mines and a beetle and a fucking bat. Yeah, 3 hell mines, I think it was. Where from? I can't. I try to pull hell mines all the time. I can't get 3 in the same fucking place. But when I pull the first time on the Kraken Club, you somehow spawn them to me like raptors from across the fucking room. They come, and it's like. No, I think your link is just horseshit. I think you designed it badly. I think your link is kind of off the hook bad. And I'm kind of sick of that bullshit gameplay too. Get that shit the fuck out of here too. Link is unacceptable in most of the MMOs that I play. It's entirely off the hook. In New Worlds, sometimes you get like 26 mobs and you're like, what the fuck? What? Like I was fighting 1 mob. And I rolled 10 feet, and I suddenly have 13 more on me. Were they even in range? Like, what? Was there really 13 mobs in a 10-foot little radius? Was there really 13 that all come? But it is numbers like that. And it's a piece of shit developer copping out. It is. I've always really thought it. I'm like, your link is unacceptable. See, I mean, your linking, I mean, your pop aggro is one thing. I don't even want to get started on pop aggro, but the link is off the fucking hook. It's just like, why would I ever need 5 mobs on me right now? Why? I don't believe it equals to good gameplay or even good design. It is logically sort of like, why? Well, I mean, why would there be 5 mobs clumped on each other? Are they butt fucking? Are they all just hovering in a little 5-foot area? Are they talking to each other or something? I mean, it's like the way that their pathing works is really bad. It's bad. It's not good design. Like, it's not natural and it's not good.
That doesn't really even try to do any of that. It's just
Link all the time. Every game I fucking play, I'm like, oh, cool. This one mob that I pulled, there was only one other mob around within 50 fucking feet. And I pull a mob and suddenly 4 more inside of 5 seconds. 5 seconds. 4 more suddenly materialize on top of you. And you're like, what happened here? Where did these come from? I scanned 360. There was nobody on the fucking horizon. Happens to Fortnite all the time. You're like, okay, I'm standing here, and you look up, and 5 seconds have passed, and that dude who you couldn't even see on the horizon is in your personal space blasting you with a shotgun, and you're like, what?
Here's a bunch of combat. You will have fun. Oh, and it's an RPG because you can buy skills, and they change the way you do combat.
But you do know role play, so
if the game isn't going to react to me, you're far less of an RPG than you think you are.
Can I pull a mob without getting 5 mobs? Can I pull a mob that doesn't have any more mobs around it and not get 5 mobs? You fucking idiot developer. I don't know why it ever needed to be like that. It makes sense in PAX and WoW. It doesn't make sense here.
Okay, stop dots. It's very coordinated. You're basically doing ballet.
Like, where did 5 mobs come from? I didn't have 5
You
mobs
hit,
near me.
duck,
Where'd they come
wait,
from?
Wait.
Where?
Jump. Hit.
They weren't there.
At this point, I would.
Minute
rather
I
go play
pull,
Dance
suddenly
Dance
5
Revolution.
mobs on me. Why?
It's or some rhythm.
Yesterday,
There was
I
a
watched
really
a
cool
mob
game that came
walk
out
through
recently
all 5 other
where
party
you-
members who were
you
closer
did
to it
fight on
to
the
come
beat,
directly to
and I
me,
thought that was a
and I'm like,
cool-
something
but
about
it's
Final
kinda cool
Fantasy's
thing to
pathing
do.
is fucking
But they
suck
didn't go,
dicky,
hey, look, we're the
dicky
latest
suck.
hot cool RPG.
Suck
They
dicky,
said, hey,
suck
look,
dicky,
here's a
dicky
fun
suck.
game to play. Like that. It's sort of like how you portray yourself. If you pretend to be one thing and then you really do another. I've talked about lore dumps in other games, but having loads of lore dumps in your game, whether it's people
I don't
talking
care.
or just
I don't care.
waves of text coming by.
Yep, don't care.
periodically.
Don't care.
I really am tired of that.
I don't
it
like
in
that.
the 80s,
You had to do
and
it.
then in the 90s, we
I
couldn't
am
do it
tired of
less.
isometric.
By the time
I
we
don't
got
ever
on-
want to see another Diablo. I don't want Path of Exile 2. I don't want Lost Ark 2. I don't want isometric in 2024. I think you're literally stealing from children when you do it. I don't want isometric anymore. It was something we had to do in 1993. Now we have 3D. Why would you ever do 2D unless you're doing like a puzzle game or, I don't know, something like a 2D racing game or something, or maybe a platformer, okay? But the rest of everything should be full 3D. This fucking isometric RPGs, I mean, I'm sorry, but Baldur's Gate 3, it had a camera, but it wasn't good, you know? DOS 2 had a camera, it wasn't very good. Like, but at least it was 3D. At least it was 3D. And we see that they're finally somehow starting to break out of that self-imposed fucking prison of isometric in 2D. They had self-imposed it on themselves for 25 years or something because they just can't think any beyond that or whatever. And I'm sorry, but isometric to me is now pretty much synonymous with full-blown cash grab scam. If I see an isometric game, I'm like, no. Diablo 4, nope, it's on Games Pass. Big fucking surprise, Diablo 4 is on Game Pass. It should be free, that's what it's worth.
There's really no excuse for doing that anymore. I'm very much in the show.
Can't spin that camera? Why? Is this 1993? You can't design a camera? Or what? You can't get an AI to design a camera for you, maybe, at least? Do something like that? No, you have to go make it isometric because you think that isometric from 1993 is cool somehow, where you can't see shit off screen and all that. You think that's actually cool? Really deep down, do you truly believe that isometric Diablo ARPGs are like really fun in 2024? Do you really believe that? Because I don't think so. I think the lack of a 3D camera totally ruins the experience.
Don't tell
There's
me.
no immersion. There's no. You can see every mob that's there very clearly and what it's gonna do. It has no mystery.
Show what the world's like. Don't tell me. Show me how bad the people's lives are. Don't tell me.
Yep.
Show me the effects of this evil. Don't tell me.
Yeah, I want to go explore to find that stuff out. I don't want you saying, "Oh, it's bad down there in the slums, Master Chief."
If I want to know more about it, sure. If you have an NPC that can explain it to me, or you have books I can read that I can choose to read, great. If I have to read them, now I don't mind if you want to say, here's some stuff and the lore really will help you figure out how crafting works. Okay, but I can ignore crafting. As long as I can ignore crafting, then I can ignore your lore. I'm good. Similarly, there's a couple things about the player character.
One of the things I love about Rust, really love about Rust, is you have to craft. You have to. You cannot get by without it. You have to craft. There are many requirements to craft. You have to get armor. I fucking loved it. I was like, everything in this game is self-produced or stolen, one or the other, and I love that. And that's how it should be. I really don't think loot should drop. I don't think really loot should drop. I think you should have to craft it all. I'm sorry, but I do sort of believe that. Like, I guess you could steal a shirt off a dude. I suppose that's acceptable, or like a weapon off of him. So you can disenchant it, but mainly. Anyways, so now look, I go looking for hell mines, right? I go looking for them. Is there really 2 hell mines are going to converge right here? Look at this fucking vision. See, I got 2 hell mines, a beetle, and a bat. and I pulled this bat that had a beetle on him. And I'm like, these Hellmines are like 50 yalms away, both of them. And I look up, and 4 seconds have passed, and they've converged on me like some kind of fucking scam. Like a developer is forcing it to happen. And I've never understood about your pathing. Something about it. You pull a mob, and they're like, boom! And it's not that you're unstealthing or something. It's that, like, in getting caught. It's that something about the way the pathing of the AI works, how random it is. Something's just about the RNG of that is designed to just make them come right at you somehow. And now look, you might sit here for 8 minutes and not see this Hellmine come even remotely close to me now. Watch. But when I pulled this mob... Oh, I guess he is. He's getting a little close. Yeah, a little close. But I still don't think he's really getting an aggro range at all. Do you see it? I don't think this mob is really getting that close to aggro range. I guess so. I mean, he is. He's there just barely close enough to aggro, I guess. But it's weird when he immediately converge in the first 10 seconds of the fucking fight and are on top of you instantly. I've never understood this about the weird pathing that you put in this fucking game. They just converge instantly on you for some random fucking reason. It's like a law. It's like the law of averages or something. The minute you pull a mob, both of their pathing immediately converges on you for some reason. I've never understood it. And then it's just something like about the RNG of it. It just forces it to happen all the time. And I'm like, motherfucker, I pulled this mob when there's nothing around, nothing. And you converge 5 mobs on me inside of 10 seconds. But there's no mobs here. There's no mobs in a circle around me for about 40 yalms. You see it? There's no mobs here. Why would I get 5 mob aggro standing right here where I was just a second ago when I died? Why would 5 mobs come right here? Like it's just weird. I've never understood about the pathing. It drives me fucking nuts crazy. Last night it was really bad. The fucking mob ran through my party and murdered me. I watched him run past 4 party members that were way more closer to him than me. And I was like, motherfucker, I watched that mob run right the fuck past 4 of you guys and make me an example. It makes no fucking sense. None. Like, what? Like, why would he sight aggro through you guys to me? It was a raptor or sneak or whatever it was. They didn't have sneak, and I watched it run through 4 of them straight to me. And I was like, what? I mean, what? I didn't do anything. I didn't aggro it. I was further away than them. And that angered me, and I was like, what's with that? How did you manage to get that into your RNG of pathing? Where it just sort of by law of average fucks you all the time? I've never, like, I mean, I like it, but it's also like, it's so annoying. You're like, where did these mobs suddenly come from? All the time. I say that every day of my fucking life. Where did these mobs come from? I waited to pull, and I made sure there was nothing here. I go to attack the thing, and inside of 5 seconds, there's 5 mobs materialized and path to you. I've never understood it. It's like the law of Fibonacci averages or something. It's just gonna happen because it can happen. Because that shit's RNG.
I've said this several times to several.
So it always happens in the first 5 seconds, like always. It's so stupid, and you're like, "What? There are no mobs near me right now. Why do I have 4 mobs on me suddenly?" Like,
over the decades, stop it with the amnesia.
Yeah,
I've gotten so much pushback on this because amnesia is such a useful trope. You know, it explains why the player doesn't know anything, and
I'm out of range. Oh my god, I'm out of range because I can't see the depth that well.
Your skill has increased.
Okay,
I thought it was a lot closer than that.
You get 1 use of amnesia in your career. But if you use it a second time, I will roast you because it's just way overused. And what it's especially overused with is, I'm an overpowered godlike character.
Your skill has increased.
Nice.
So I got to relearn all my god stuff. So by the end of the game, I'm a god. And then let's contrast this with another really common player.
Your skill has
trope,
increased.
Which is, I'm young and I'm so misunderstood by everybody, but I'm oh so special. Ugh. There's an entire class of RPGs that I tend to avoid. I avoided them when I was young. I'm avoiding them now that I'm old. Because it's this tiresome, nobody understands me. Even though I'm super
like the
good-looking
pussy syndrome.
And I have special powers.
Everybody's a pussy now.
Your skill has increased.
And I'm sorry, I'm not a fucking pussy. I've never been a pussy. I'm the guy who took every challenge that ever came across. I am not a pussy. Never been one.
Over that trope.
I get nervous about weird things because I have Asperger's, but I'm not a pussy. That isn't something I naturally gravitate to being. You know.
and now they've done some awful things, but it wasn't their fault. That's different
Your
than,
skill has increased.
oh, nobody in school likes me and I get bullied by the mean clique, but they don't know that I'm telekinetic. It's, okay, Stephen King did that in the 70s. We're done with that.
Yeah, we're done with
But-
that. Yeah.
See, this is where I start to get all worked up,
Yeah,
and I meant for this to be silly.
We're done with it.
So I'm going to stop there. There's
Yep.
my list of tropes.
Your
Tropes,
skill has increased.
they're annoying. Yep.
Designers who are watching this get the right point I'm making, which is there's so much stuff you can be doing. You don't need to do these things again. And if you do them, find a twist.
Your skill has
Find
increased.
something. It's like I said, every one of my games I have something I can point to. It's usually a mechanic. Sometimes it's setting or story that I can go, that's different. I haven't seen that done.
Your skill has
Where did
increased.
all come? Where did they come from? Oh, the blood aggro. Come on, man! But it was 5 seconds. It was 5 seconds. Where did the beetle and the wraith come from? They weren't near me. Come
what I'm
on,
saying.
man!
I'm
Like
going,
the
I'm
wraith,
sorry.
I get, but the beetle. Oh, the beetle was a
played this
repop.
before,
See,
I've
it's
seen it
so
before.
stupid. You and your
I haven't
fucking
seen anything new.
dumbass pop aggro. You fucking idiot developers. You need to get
this
better about pop
video
aggro
makes you
now.
think of those
I mean,
things in
this
the game.
game's old, so it you know, it gets the excuse, but
There
you
was another
still
bigger
do
topic in
that
the
stupid
seventh
shit.
generation of
This
consoles
right
than
now
zombies,
to this day, you
kicking
still
the
do
era
it.
off with some pretty groundbreaking
pop
titles
aggro.
like Dead Rising and the zombie mode featured in Call of Duty World at War. There were
Okay.
zombie games.
What happened? What would happen? What if, like, let me hit you with a fucking, you know, like a fantasy, right? What if back in 1996, when pop aggro was first ever addressed as a concept or whatever, the developer, whatever piece of shit developer at the time, it would have been, I don't know, probably Ultima Online or something like that, Lord British, right? The developer takes a look at the terrible nightmare fuel problem that pop aggro actually represents, which is, oh, a demon's going to spawn inside of my personal space and stab me with knives instantly, and I'm going to die in 5 seconds. That is something that never, ever would happen in any fucking reality. Ever. Maybe fantasy novels, yeah. Maybe good fantasy, yeah. But nothing that would never happen to you. So Lord British could have addressed this, or the EQ idiot could have addressed this, or Ghostcrawler could have addressed this, or Yoshi P could have fucking addressed this. All these piece of shit cocksuckers could have fucking addressed this. But no, you know, and my theory is way back in 1996, they should have made a customary sound, like, you know how EverQuest did with when you level, it goes ding, right? Ding, and now we use the word ding whenever somebody's levels, right? Couldn't you do a little sound like burp or beep, like beep, maybe a beep beep beep, just to let you know that a demon is about to spawn in your personal space and to eliminate you in 5 seconds, that you will not be ready for because you are currently fighting. Now, why this is a reality in these idiot piece of shit developers' fucking worlds, who the fuck knows? I would have addressed it way back then! Pop aggro's so stupid! So fucking stupid, like them. Fucking stupid. I don't know how they're still doing it in 2024. Fuck them. Fuck pop aggro. I need some warning or something. That would never ever happen in any reality. It shouldn't be in your fucking games. Give me a beep or, you know, beep beep beep. We're gonna spawn a demon in your personal space now. Beep beep beep. And you just give me a warning, or like in New World, you can hear this sound that they added, and it sounds like nails on a chalkboard every time a mob is spawning, because you have 3 seconds to exit the pop aggro area before you inevitably link 17 fucking mobs on top of pop aggro just for killing one, just for daring to try to kill one. You're gonna get 17 aggro because you hear all this buzzing. It goes reep reep. It goes reep reep. Every time a fucking mob spawns, it's like reep reep. I really didn't understand what that was at first. Now I do. It's a developer who can't stomach fucking people in the ass with pop aggro for 30 years until we all have such anger issues that I'll sock a fucking developer. I'll sock a Ghostcrawler over pop aggro. You guys have been fucking us for 30 years over that. Fuck you, assholes. Don't pass go. Don't collect money. Go to jail for it. Your pop aggro? Nope. Gonna need some warning or some beeps or some kind of respect in the last 30 years. It shouldn't be New World that was the first people to ever do it. I'm gonna need some beeps when you spawn demons in my personal space against my will, without my permission, with like against logic, in a situation that would never occur in any fucking reality. Demons don't spawn in your fucking personal space and kill you in 5 seconds. That just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen in fucking sci-fi and fantasy. fantasy. It just doesn't fucking happen. It's not something that ever happens. Why you put it in your fucking games is beyond me. So get the pop aggro the fuck out of my MMORPGs now, or give me a fucking warning. One or the other. You got to do something. You got to cut me a break here, man. You've been fucking sucking me like a fucking toddler all my life with pop aggro. You got to give me some kind of fucking warning now. Any new games, Ashes or something. You got to warn you're about to spawn something on me. You fucking cocksucker loser developers fucking with me all my life, and I'm so resentful over it, as you can see. Your pop aggro is so off the fucking hook. From 2003 to 2033, pop aggro was the worst thing you ever did. Fuck you guys for that. Fuck you guys. I hope all your games do die. You fucked me with pop aggro all my life, and it's supposedly I'm bad. Supposedly that's somehow gonna make me think that somehow that's my fault, that you spawn something on top of me. That's my fault? Is it? Is it my fault? Did I guess I can't kill the mob? Your mob? Do you remember it's a Final Fantasy 11 mob? It takes goddamn 7 minutes to kill or something like that. So I'm sorry that I didn't kill your fucking bullet sponge in 7 minutes, you worthless developer. So now you want to punish me and thank me for killing your 7-minute bullet sponge by spawning another piece of shit in my personal space who downs me in 5 seconds. That is unacceptable. It's always been unacceptable, and why isn't anybody talking about it? It's unacceptable. It's so disrespectful. It's like, I want to hurt you, disrespectful. You've been doing it for me for 30 fucking years, and every single day gets a little worse. The pop aggro in every single one of these games is just off the fucking hook. Every single one. All of you use pop aggros pretty much the entire failure game loop that you built all of your fucking fortunes around, and I hate you deep down inside for it. I resent you so much. Pop aggro is unacceptable. Fuck you. Don't you ever spawn a mob in my personal space ever the fuck again. Don't you ever do that again. I killed the mob. I took that space. It's my territory. I'm not fighting Satan usually. Why is there a demon spawning in my fucking... You know, I'm fighting ghouls and goblins and shit. I'm not spawning Satan, who can spawn a fucking imp demon inside of your fucking personal space who one-shots you because you're fighting something else. Like, what? What does that have to do with skill or gameplay or anything at all except you being stupid? You gotta get the pop aggro the fuck out of here now! Then I'm gonna publish it, and I hope somebody listens sooner or later. I'm sick of you fucking punishing us for trying to play your game by spawning demons in our personal fucking space. Why? You understand what kind of existential fucking nightmare feel fucking like fucking existential crisis that actually is? Sometimes I wake up at night and I think something's gonna be in my bed with me because you do spawn things on top of me all the fucking time, and it never should have been like that. It never should have been.
Games made in the past, of course. You've got your classic Resis and Dooms, which were released way back. But zombies definitely became a trend during this console generation.
Let's go get the pop aggro at the next place. Hey, hey, I gotta go to the Girlish Citadel, where I can get a lot of pop aggro. Great!
And that's
yay! More pop aggro! Yay! That totally comprises gameplay. Yeah, pop aggro. Yeah.
At a certain point, zombies were seen as being overdone, a sentiment that I pretty much agree with. It seemed like almost everything at a certain point had a zombie element to them. Some being good.
I look up, there's a beetle, a bomb, and a ghost. I'm like, yeah, I was fighting one mob.
But a game that still gets talked
one
about
mob.
to this day.
Suddenly 4 mobs, the same 4 mobs that just aggroed, are suddenly on top of me. And it's like
the apex of the zombie craze in my...
I don't want to walk all the way the fuck down that hallway just to pull one fucking mob, because that's the walking sim. The other aspect of your bullshit toxicity as a fucking developer, it's either take the walking sim of taking the mob down the fucking hallway or deal with the pop aggro, one or the other. They're both toxic gameplay loops I refuse to engage in, so I just attack the mob, and if they kill me, they fucking kill me, because I can't change your stupidity. I'm not gonna fucking change my life around your fucking bad development. I'm just gonna fight the mob, and if a bunch of idiot developer mobs aggro to me, then a bunch of idiot developer mobs aggro to me. You know, I mean, so be it. If you need it to be that way, where demons spawn in my personal space all the time, because you're an idiot. I don't know. Can't help you, because you're an idiot.
My opinion. Dead Island was developed by Techland and published by...
I don't know why you needed that to be like that. Why did you need that to be like that?
With the whole concept being that...
Are you dumb?
You were fighting the dead on an island.
Why was pop aggro ever in video games? Why? You ever thought about you might actually have some serious fucked up, like causing like mental issue fucking problems, like stuff like pop aggro and elevators. You might actually have caused some mental issues with some of your fucked up design. You should have changed it years and years and years ago. I don't want to live in this fucking video game nightmare where things just appear in my personal space all the time. I need a safe space in all of your video games. I'm constantly under attack from things that pop in my personal space. It's not this reality that would ever be there, and it's not what I want. It's not what I'm signing up for. It's not what I'm paying you for, and I actively resent you and pay you less because you do it all the time. Like, what in the literal fuck is wrong with you assholes? Like, seriously, what in the fuck is wrong with you? You fucking sit there and pop aggro me for 30 years? 30 years! You don't think you might need to change? Get better?
Something that could have potentially slipped through the cracks, if not for the fantastic marketing on the run-up to its release. The most notable of which featured an incredible...
I think the deaths I've had just today because of pop aggro, and I'm like...
Until they all end up being infected in one way or another. It's genuinely quite powerful, but for anyone who knows what the finished
You fucked up with this
actually
one,
is,
really
you'll know
bad.
this
It gets
trailer
worse
doesn't
every
reflect the
day.
game
Every game I play.
hilariously.
Even
The
EvE.
code of the game
It's
is
just
almost the
terrible.
polar
Even
opposite.
EvE does
But
it.
getting into the
Everybody
actual
pop
game, it
aggro's
doesn't
you.
really
It's
try to
it's
hide
what
that.
video games
As a
are
game
now.
show
It's
which
pop
relies on
aggro.
launching the
It's
game, you see
pop
effectively
aggro and bull
going from the
sponge.
cynical
All
approach
of
to the
it.
story. But hell, with how everything plays out, that might even be giving it too much credit, I'll be real. It might
All
not
of
be
it.
as impactful as
Except for
the
like
trailer,
puzzles
but
and
I
race
can't lie,
racers.
it's still
All of
such
it's
a great
based around
opening,
pop
primarily
aggro
because
right
of
the fuck on
character
top
Sam
of you.
B, who
I've
performs
never
the song
understood it.
Voodoo
Get
You
it out of
Voodoo.
here. Voodoo you voodoo, bitch.
The
Can't
D
listen
was
to
an
it.
ex-football player. The rest of the cutscene is focused around setting up the zombie outbreak, with the security guard getting bit halfway through, and Jian Mei trying to actually treat a zombie when we enter the toilets. Not to mention, the location is set up straight away from the opening.
I'm sorry for the anger,
We
but you
appear to
deserve
be at
it.
some kind of
I'm not
big
ashamed,
which
and I'm not
inevitably
taking it
ends up
down.
playing
I'm not
into
standing
the
down. I'm not
several
changing my
characters
fucking
and
opinion.
zombies.
30 years of pop aggro was unacceptable, piece of shit developers. Get better now. I will not back down. I will not take my anger out of it. I will not fucking fix it or change it. What I'm saying is righteous and true, and it needs to change. You gotta get the pop aggro the fuck out of here now. Get it out. I don't ever want to see it again. Nope. If I have taken that space, it's my space. Do not spawn demons in my personal space because I'm standing somewhere. I might have to go to the bathroom or answer the fucking phone or operate a stream or work or something, or maybe I got a 2-year-old or something and I need to maybe look up from your fucking digital heroin for 5 fucking seconds and not get stabbed by demons in my personal space for doing so. Like I've never understood it, or at least a beep 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 pop, right? Something like that. You got to give me some fucking warning, something. I'm sorry, I'm cyclical. I'm gonna get off it now. I'm sorry. I'm not this angry over something that's like not a big thing. 30 years of pop aggro have caused me mental issues. I would sue you guys over it. 30 years of pop aggro have caused me mental issues. I'm like, people think it's the addiction to the fucking video games. No, it's the fact that you constantly fuck me in the ass without my permission and with doing things that I can't control. And it's a terrible thing for humans' mentality to just believe that things are going to spawn in your personal space and steal 45 minutes from you. Look how long it took me to get to this fucking camp. And it's like this in all of the games. And you get there, and you get one fucking mob extra, and you're like, okay, why did I have to lose 25 to 45 fucking minutes because you don't know how to do spawns correctly? I think you think, as a game player, this is so challenging and fun, and I really like this, and I really like the challenge or something. Something about things popping in my personal space really challenges me, and I really like that. It seems like that's what reality should be, demons spawning in your personal space all the time. I really like that for some reason, right? Yeah, let's say you're somebody like that. But have you ever met anybody like that? You ever met anybody who really would be very comfortable with the idea that Achilles just pops into your personal space and one punch shots you, cold cocks you, and you're like, wow, I was fighting this guy with an MP5 95 yards away, and you spawned a mob inside of my personal fucking space that one shot me because I wasn't looking at it for that 5 seconds, and you're like, why? I mean, what in any kind of reality would ever engender that design? Do you feel that things need to spawn in people's personal space and kill them? Is this some sick desire you have as a sadistic developer, or what? Is it a technical, you know, is it a technical limitation? I would understand it if it is, but what it really looks like to me is quarter stealing, time sink, shit on the people who put you where you got, shittiness. That's what it actually kind of seems to me, you know. It really seems like kind of quarter stealing behavior.
Incoming tell.
Where, No, I can't, because that would give in to the other problem, which is I have to give my time because you can't develop well. Me running is coping. You understand? So I'll just bitch about it and die before I acknowledge that I need to change something in my gameplay because the developer has shortcomings. I am not like that. I'm not going to change my ways, you know? Yeah, because they suck dick at design, and they have for 30 years. No, it doesn't need to be like that. They could easily write algorithms that are like, oh, a player's standing here, you know, can't spawn. They've been able to do that since 1993. They do this because they're incompetent, really shitty, and really malignant. They actually really think it's funny. I'm convinced of it. They've done it for 30 years. They've never even addressed it. Nobody's ever talked about it. It's the worst, shittiest thing that they do. And I'm sorry, but I mean, it is the reality. Now, yeah, no, I'm not arguing with you in what you're saying. That is incredibly bad design. That falls on the developer in not thinking correctly. Why would anything ever appear in your personal fucking space inside of a second? Bullets do that. Bullets, I'd say bullets are acceptable for that. Bullets. Maybe a laser beam. A massive mob the size of you materializing in your personal fucking space. Why should this ever happen? Ever? When would it happen? In any reality, they do this because it's a technical limitation, but they don't have that technical limitation anymore. They are lazy and they think the sadism is funny. And it's caused a lot of damage to people. I know some WoW players who have a way more hatred for this than me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not the, you think that this is Skycat's pop aggro thing? No, this is an old argument in the top 10 guilds. We talk about this in the top 10 guilds a lot. The shit that the piece of shit developers do that they don't need to do, like spawn a demon in your fucking personal space. That wouldn't ever be a fucking reality. No. Now, in a game with demons, we put up with it. I don't fault WoW for this because WoW has that in their, you know, in their mythos that maybe a warlock demon could spawn or a mage could materialize next to you, you know? So, but it's, do you see how I'm reaching? I'm reaching to explain why they couldn't just do the development correctly. I'm like reaching for it. I'm trying to defend them now. And I'm like reaching for reasons why they didn't just fix the problem instead of torturing us for 30 years. I'm reaching for it. I'm like, well, maybe there's portals and teleportation and stuff. So mobs just teleport into your personal space every 5 minutes, I guess. But it doesn't fit in a world where reality and logic operates everything, you know? Even if it's a magical world, I don't think Sauron could just materialize on top of The Hobbit, nor do I think he should, nor do I think it fits the story or the value of the fucking work to make that a reality. It doesn't happen in it. If there's a world where that is basically pretty plausible, I think Sauron could basically just materialize right in his bed and stab him, right? I think it would be more acceptable in a world like that. These MMOs where you're basically you know, I don't know, spawning something in your personal space, I think it is an incredibly bad shortcoming in their fucking development. And I'm not sure anybody could ever say anything to change my fucking mind, and I don't believe I'm the only one who thinks this either. I've met a lot of people who despise pop aggro, especially Final Fantasy XI players. You see them calling out pop all the fucking time. Yeah, we do that because the piece of shit developer didn't know not to spawn us. And I'll never change my opinion on it. Piece of shit developer didn't think to give us a warning or something like that a demon is going to spawn now in your personal fucking space. I don't like that. It needs to change. It's a terrible system. In New World, it's off the hook. You'll get an entire monument inside of 10 seconds or something like that. Link and Pop Aggro. They're the old tenets of a EverQuest age. They don't belong in 2024. They're acceptable in this game because this game is 20 years old. But New World sucks like this. ESO sucks stick like this. The modern versions of Retail WoW suck like this. Spawn right on top of you. Kill you, really quick. Lots of MMORPGs are like this. Rust will pop you with animals. EVE Online will pop you with crazy dread admirals. Every game that I play will absolutely spawn demons in your personal space if you kill something. And I don't know why that is necessary. Why? Did I need to learn a lesson about standing there? Is that... Oh, I'm sorry, developer. Does standing here bother you so bad? That after I killed the mob, I'm standing here? I don't know what it is, but they needed to change it way back in like 2003. They didn't because they think it's funny and they like it. They like the pain. They like watching us get really angry.
Most of their backstories aren't elaborated on any further.
They're sadists.
And realistically, with how cookie cutter all of the dialogue is here, without reading these, you could go the entire game not really...
Or they wouldn't put the pop aggro in the game. They easily have control over that. They could easily write the AI to not pop. They could have done that way back in 1997. It fixed the problem way back then. If you kill something, you have like a nice 15-minute little pop there. And if you don't like that as a developer, that the human has a bubble around him there where nothing can spawn, then change the terrain and make the game better. Don't pass the cost of doing business of spawning mobs onto the fucking consumer. That's what it is. It's like they have a mob spawner that they didn't bother writing the right AI for because they're fucking lazy and sadists and they think it's funny when Pop Aggro kills somebody. They like that shit. I'm fucking convinced of it because fixing it would be fairly fucking easy. And if you don't like the idea of nothing spawning in that bubble and the player holding an area in the space, then design the game to give a warning or something. But the fact that they never did do anything in any of these MMORPGs until fucking New World, you know what I'm saying, is like a proof. It's like literal proof that they don't care. They don't care. They don't care if you lose an hour. They don't care if it causes you problems or anger issues. You're like constantly got this existential nightmare that something spawned in your fucking space or whatever. And they don't care what that might do to you because they're passing the cost of actually developing the game onto the fucking consumer directly with a bad mob spawning system. They're fucking lazy. They're lazy.
Knowing about any of these characters back.
They're like, I wouldn't have done it to anybody. If I had a game and there was a whole bunch of mobs and stuff, I'd be like, I have a serious ethical problem with the mob respawn problem, where the player's just standing there trying to recover from the amount of fight that he had, and something just pops on top of him. I have a serious ethical issue with that. It is a black hat practice to leave that in your fucking game. It hurts people. It hurts people. It's a black hat practice. Whatever.
And be
it hurts people. It hurts people all the time. Steals their time, like for no reason. Spawns are not a good reason to steal someone's time. Spawns are something that the game needs to do to deliver a fucking deliver a consistency of mob density, right? Nowhere in there is this requirement for it to stick a mob in your fucking face randomly in an instant. Nowhere in there is necessary for it to happen. Yeah, if they're lazy, they won't fix it, which they never did till 2021. But I mean, Pop Aggro, man, why? What lesson do I learn from that? Oh, you dirty, dirty gamer. You stood still. You have been a bad boy. We're going to pull down the veritable fucking boxers and spank you with a mob when you're low health here because, oh, you dirty gamer, you paused to smell the roses. You aren't wasting time. You're standing there. Oh, man, is this the cell phone age? I just can't, as a developer, I just can't comprehend what might cause you to sit there for 5 seconds. You know, I don't know. This age, we can totally focus on everything fucking perfectly, right? It's not the cell phone TikTok age or anything like that. It's totally the gamer's fault that he stood there. Yeah. And like, yeah. Now, again, the Hellmines don't ever come here. Do you see it? They do. They get in aggro range, but they don't come converging. Anyways. You have a valid point. I'm too mean about this, but I mean, I do view it as something that is on their side, though. I adapt to their system all the time. I'm doing it right now. Why should I have to adapt to their spawning system? Just don't spawn me. These guys, they have so much money. They live in fucking McMansions in the fucking hills. They're software developers. What's the basic average on a game developer? These guys, we pay them so much fucking money and they thank us by spawning mobs on us lazily? I'm sorry, but like, and I'm getting off this. I've been too cyclical. We're just going to get off the subject. You're not going to change my mind about this one. They're piece of shit, lazy fucking sadists. I really feel like there's nothing you could say. I've seen 30 years of it. You'd have to show me 30 years of evidence acting differently, which doesn't exist. They have been punishing, like they killed the MMO industry. Is how I look at it. I think of a lot of the young gamers that I met. I don't think they would put up with pop aggro. I think they'd rather go play Counter-Strike 2. You don't get pop aggroed in Counter-Strike 2 because nobody ever gets pop aggro except the people who are addicted to that digital heroin MMORPG. No one ever gets pop aggro in any reality ever except us. And we put up with it. Why? We don't complain. Why? Like, because I killed something or something? Like, you know? Like, oh, I killed something and I stood for 5 seconds. I have a stream. I have a life. You know? Like, man, like, I'm sorry, but life is not this thing where you can just hyper-focus all the fucking time. Maybe you do have that kind of mind or life, but most people actually need many, many pauses throughout the fucking day, and you punish them with spawns. And you build these games based around spending hundreds, thousands of your hours of your time. So where's the middle ground there where we're spending our lives away playing your wonderful game, but you punish us when we need pauses by killing us with your spawns? What purpose does this serve other to steal quarters and make us feel bad? It doesn't add challenge to the fucking game. It just makes the game seem shitty. And I think it is laziness on a really fundamental core level. And I think it killed the industry. I think it's one of the reasons why there's not 16 million people on WoW still. It's actually 110,000. It has killed the industry. They did not do quality of life for a long fucking time. They did not let us link the crystals for a long time. They did not, I mean, the quality of life was not there. It was not there. Pop aggro is necessary. Why? You know? One of the great things about these games is it caters to all kinds of personalities. Distracted, focused, distracted on fucking Twitter or something, whatever. It caters to all kinds of personalities. Hyper-focused, super solo guy, super group guy, super everybody guy, or whatever. You know, it attracts all kinds. So my fucking personality is I like to take pauses while I smell the roses. I might look at the room I'm in and see what's going on. I might enjoy the gameplay or think about the aggro or whatever. I am not a person that's hyper-focused all the fucking time. So one of the great things about this game is they made a good enough set of games where my personality of hyper distraction is actually still catered to. But the direct opposite of this is I don't want to take the time to walk away from the fucking mob. I think that breaks the vibe and kills the game. I don't want to take the time to run over here. I think it kills the fucking vibe. I think it's anti-fun. I don't want to have to worry about their pop spawn aggros or whatever. I think it totally ruins their fucking games. I think it actually totally does. I don't want to break the flow of the fucking combat to come over here and avoid a pop aggro because they're too lazy to make a good spawning system. And I'm sorry, I'm just gonna get off it. Why are we muted? Why are we muted? I have not muted a video in many, many, many weeks. I mean, I'm sorry. I just don't mute videos. Why do you constantly do it to me?
Out of reach. And one of the
Get a better front end. God damn it.
I've seen people state multiple times is that Riot's MMO is going to be the MMO to end all MMOs. And that is something that we see time and time again. You could say the same thing about Ashes of Creation, or at least some people.
No, Ashes is not even...
Creation. The problem
I'm not even looking at Ashes being good anymore.
More about what that MMO entails, it kind of breaks the mystery. It breaks the level of expectation that is built in our minds about what the perfect MMO can be. But outside of that, like, little monologue at the intro,
you guys ever noticed how Steven Sharif quoted ArcAge as his direct influence for Ashes of Creation? And did you notice that ArcAge 2 and Ashes of Creation are coming out pretty much the same exact quarter? And this is not a mistake. They are trying to bring back gacha to the white boys. Watch me. You heard it here first. They're bringing back gacha to the fucking white boys. They got us with Genshin Impact. Now they want that money again. Wait for Throne and Liberty and fucking Ashes of Creation off those ArcAge fucking store models that Steven Sharif seems to love so much, right? Who he quotes all the time, and you understand what's actually happening. Damn it. Why did you do that? I just clicked the screen. Why did you change the video? You knew I didn't fucking want you to do that. Why did you do that?
Increased.
Hello, everyone.
Wow, you can't get back to the video I watched, huh? Great front end, YouTube. Fucking great. Just go fucking get around your incompetence. Sorry about that, guys.
An update from Riot Games.
All I did was click the screen. I didn't need a video change. I didn't need, I was trying to click the screen because Windows sucks at changing Windows. Windows sucks at Windows. Sorry I clicked your screen. I don't need a new video. I need you to recognize that I'm trying to use you. I realize that's a little tricky. It is a point and click interface, and it's a little tricky. I'm sympathetic to it, but it also sort of sucks that you just go ahead with the video change and haul off and fire that shot. It just sucks that you do that. You should maybe give me one click. Like Fortnite now, it won't let you fire the gun right away. It makes you click once. Thank you, Epic. It's kind of like if they were to fix the mob spawner instead of being cocksuckers for 30 years, right? Thank you, Epic, for actually fixing a serious fucking quality of life problem, right? Thank you. Like what we were talking about. The Epic won't do that to people. No.
On Twitter, I'll include a link in the description if you guys just want to go read this thread for yourself. But what we're going to do is we're going to go through it. I'm going to give you guys my thoughts along the way, and I do appreciate you coming in and checking out this video because there hasn't been really anything to talk about this game, and I think there's going to be some things that are concerning and maybe some hopeful things. And as a developer, hopefully
some things that are concerning.
Give you guys some context.
Yeah, it's Riot. They sell skins worse than Epic.
Expect more news.
And they charge the big bucks.
And I'm going to butcher the name, not on purpose. Because
if you trust Riot, go play League of Legends. You'll understand.
Him name Mark, because that is what his hashtag or his.
You know how expensive it is to be a diamond player in League of Legends? Because I have diamond friends. It's not cheap.
Appreciate your patience and incredible support.
Free is not cheap.
So far. I'm writing to update you today on where we're at. And before anyone panics, yes, we are still working on the game. So that's an important
shout out to the Clutch crew in Denver.
But also as it relates
I doubt they'll ever see this, but shout out to the Clutch crew in Denver. I miss you guys.
Here, now,
that's my LOL friends. I don't play LOL, but I like them.
Bear with me, guys.
Land Cafe buddies. They're diamond.
Anyway,
or they were last time I saw them.
Click on it and it just expanded. It says, after a lot of reflection and discussion, we decided to reset the direction of the project some time ago. That's an important aspect.
Yay, a chess key.
Mark that mentally for later. This decision
Your
wasn't
skill
easy,
has increased.
never really is, but it was necessary. The initial version or vision just wasn't different enough from what you can play today. Very critical. One of the things, and it's kind of this weird spot with MMOs. I'll talk directly.
Your skill has increased.
To this view.
Oh, good. There's another mob.
Interesting about
big surprise.
RPGs is
So I
the
was really
wanting
surprised that
something
happened.
new and
Wow.
different, and at the same time feeling at home and comfortable. And we see this happen a lot with MMOs entering into the market, that you have to appease, in a way, a language, right? World of Warcraft, whether you like it or
Fucking
you love
played
it,
out
it
shit from 20 years
established
ago.
This language that everybody somewhat expects for these kind of games to have. And the question ends up being is that if you're going to just launch as that, you know, as a WoW clone, why invest in your game over something else? You have to do a lot of things different. You got to do things better, but you run the risk of making it
My pet
too
can do
different,
8%
too,
damage to
you know,
this hell
hard
mine.
to get into. So
That's kinda
that is
funny.
my thoughts on that. Anyway, we don't believe that you want an MMO that you've played before with Runeterra Coat of Paint. To truly do it justice and the potential of Runeterra, we meet an incredibly high expectations of players around the world, and we need to do something that truly feels like a significant evolution of the genre. This is a huge challenge, but one that our team is deeply passionate about. MMO players and game development veterans is incredibly motivated to pursue. Moving into the next one. With this new direction, I'm excited to introduce...
Oh, good. I'm abusing a logout to get around their pop
as
aggro
the new
retardation.
executive producer of the
Great.
MMO, Fabris? Experience
Success.
as a player and a passion for
Good
creating
system.
immersive worlds is
Totally
extraordinary.
perfect.
Having led big projects at Riot, BioWare, and EA, it brings a fresh perspective and a shared commitment to excellence that will guide our team as they continue on this difficulty. We
Cool.
started the
Right to the
groundwork for this
millisecond.
pivot
Nice.
some time
I like
ago,
how it
and
seemed
over
like
the
that was an
last year,
accident, but it's
under
not.
The Jay Thinker's management, we built key components at the
I don't know.
technical
Maybe I can
foundation to
live.
create the kind of
I don't know.
ambitious games that we're talking about. We're grateful
You
for
can't summon the
Vijay's
tiger.
leadership and that
Oh
he
my
will
God.
be a part of the game's leadership team going forward as our technical director.
Your skill
Vijay
has increased.
Sounds like a dirty word. I'll let you guys figure out what one. All right, moving on. Resetting our development path also means that we are going to be going dark. This is to be expected. Going dark in this case, I think, is an important step for them. But I would also kind of push back and say, I think they've already been dark. We haven't been hearing updates, which honestly, I think is
examined.
the right call. Any kind of communication sets expectations. It becomes a promise, even if
You've
it's
been examined.
theoretical. You can look at many games that allow people to see into the development process, and you start to think that some idea that they've added ends up being the idea that's going to be in the game, and it turns out it just wasn't fun. So them going dark is the right call. I don't want a transparent environment. Honestly, I think one of the problems and frustrations with MMORPGs, and this is to blame me as a content creator, is that we figure them out. There is no mystery to an MMO whenever it launches, because we know absolutely everything there is to know about the game, because that's something that people are hungry for, and information drives, you know, that demand and drives views. And so there's no mystery behind any of that. Anyway, for a long time, likely several years. So based off of that, when he says likely several years, this is terms of going dark. We're already looking at 2024. Several years easily starts at 2 years, but that doesn't mean the game's gonna be launching in 2026. With them going in and kind of structuring and redoing these things, MMO development is a nightmare for HR because you have a human resources problem. We've already seen it with this project. It doesn't mean the project is going to be bad. It just means it's an extra level of challenge when it comes to game development, and that just is something that takes time in the long run. So I would start to set expectations for this game. I would put it out at 5
Incoming
years
tell.
at a minimum before we are able to go hands-on with it. I'd love to be wrong. I'd love for it to be sooner. I'm not rooting for it to push that 2029, 2030 year time frame, but if they get it right, that's going to be a perfect time. You'll be talking about next generation consoles at that point. You're going to be talking about more power. You have a kind of a new threshold for what the game will be capable of, and a lot of new emerging technology. So waiting for the right, like, MMOs really came on the scene, and we're all kind of waiting for that next evolution, and I think it is a technological revolution. And so a new MMO launching later this decade or into the start of the next decade could be really exciting for a lot of gamers out there, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Anyway, the silence will help us provide space for the team to focus in on the incredible amount of work ahead of them. We understand the excitement and anticipation that surrounds new information, but we ask that you that for your trust during this silent phase. Remember, no news is good news, and it means that we're hard at work pouring our hearts and souls into making something that we hope you love. Now, I do question and wonder, because we've
Shout out to my good friend
talked about
Kamari,
some of these things before.
who makes the point here about what can they do. the mob has a right to a spawn just like the player does, and it's a superior point. And I bow to the. I have never been one to, when I see the light, he's right about that, and I can't argue with it. I guess I can evince a desire, or is evince the right word here? I can't remember what evince means. Is it evince? Evince, I think, yeah. Evince, reveal the presence of a quality or feeling, right? I did it perfectly. Evince is the word I'm looking for. I would like to evince the desire to get it a little better where they warn us. New World did it right. That little bit of sound, I hated it at first. Now that I know what it is, I love it. So can we get some warning that you're about to just pop something? Because one of the things that makes the game good is it's all a mystery. You don't know what the mob spawn timer is on the mob. So that's all play and find out stuff that is good for the game. And he's got a superior point about the mob deserves a spawn just like the player does. And so, and it's like you can't reconcile the two. And so I guess now I would just like to beseech the industry to give us tools to understand what is happening in the moment, because these games aren't fast. And when something just spawns and you don't know what its respawn time is, and you don't play that game every single day, and you don't care to know, it's damaging. It causes rage, and it's unacceptable, sort of. It's like in my opinion, it is a crossing of the lines when you take my ability to pay attention to something else away. But as Kimari states, it's a superior point. The mobs need spawns. They have to have spawns. You can't get around that. And they have the spawn just like the player does. It's a superior point. I'll concede it. So, can we get something better? And I'll do my best to try and not get angry about it anymore. I'm just going to say, in the future, can we get something better? Because, god damn it, I feel like I've experienced so much pop aggro in every game that I play for so long, that I'm okay with the pop aggro. I think I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it being there. I just don't think it's very fair when something just punishes you for standing there. And it's a selfish complaint, I would say. Very selfish, self-centered complaint. But, the reality is it did cause like 30 years of sorrow for me across so many titles. I've never been one who could pay the fuck attention, And so I guess I'm asking for some Asperger's thing or something, I don't know, or whatever. But like, I want some kind of accommodation to your players who pay you your money that makes your career. Give us the nod and address the pop aggro, please. I don't know what it is, but please address it in the future. It is a serious problem. And there's me, beseeching in a fucking call to arms or whatever, in some fucking stupid streamer style, and I'm not trying to be disingenuous, but it's, okay, if it has to be this way, can we get it better in the future? Because it's been a long time of dark ages. And I concede the point that the mob has a right to a spawn just like the player does. That's what Lord British would say. And, thank God for the friends who, help us get more level on things. Because, like, I rage and rage and rage about pop aggro, but one of the things I never ever get with it is closure. And I guess closure for me would be like, I'm putting out a prayer to the industry to please stop doing this to me, or at least give me the tools to address it. You've been punishing me for 30 fucking years with it. I live in the cell phone age. You have punished me because I live in the cell phone age. I resent you for it. You could have given us a nod. New World gave us the nod. Just another thing the New World does right, you know? Let us know that you're about to do something evil to us first. I'm okay with it, but I need to know. In Final Fantasy XI's era, they couldn't have done that, I don't think. So, Yoshi P gets the pass. But I mean, like, every time I see it in Final Fantasy XI, I immediately recall the last 20 years of WoW. And, like, you know, Rust Pigs spawning me. Fucking stupid commander rats popping in EVE Online. Aggro in Final Fantasy XIV. Aggro in Diablo. Diablo 3 aggro was insane. Ooh, don't do that. I'm so used to hitting nodes that I just hit that node. Dire Wolf. Okay, back to the Kraken Club BST. We go to the Kowloon Dome, where I know that I can actually kill a turtle without 5 mobs showing up every time I alt-tab.
Most bog standard, stereotypical group I could think of. And to be honest, that doesn't even get much better when looking at their bios, which makes me think their personalities weren't even a priority. Weird, considering they actually try to pull off emotional and impactful beats with these guys, which oftentimes are such a hilarious failure, but whatever. Chances are you won't be picking any of these characters for their personality.
Like, I would say that pop aggro has never been popular. Why was it not addressed? This is a condemnation that I think is fair to say. From the community's point of view, I don't believe pop aggro has ever been popular. Why did it take 20 years to address it? And that's the last thing I think I want to say about it.
Personalities anyways, but instead for their styles, and also perhaps their stats and abilities, which can also be seen under their name. But I'm gonna say for the record that none of these really matter. The fact is, you can pick whatever character you want and get through the game fine regardless, which is the appropriate option for a game that a lot of people will be playing by themselves. But as you can see, all the characters have varying amounts of health, speed, and stamina, with the different values being quite negligible between all the characters, as the lowest one of these can get is Logan's stamina, which is set to 80. There's no actual clue on how this static number will affect the character's stamina in the actual game compared to the others, but I suppose it'll improve replayability in some ways. And of course, there's also their weapon specialties, ranging from Perna, who's a firearm expert, to Sam B, who's a blunt weapon expert. These most importantly affect the skill trees in the game, which for the most part are actually pulled off pretty well, but we'll get into them in a second. All you really need to be informed on here are the expert abilities, no matter who I was playing.
I don't think I need this. I like Dead Island, but I don't wish to revisit. Thank you, Philip DeFranco, for the excellent content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel. This video is called Instant Karma, Garbage Parents Exposed, YouTube Radicalization Lawsuit, and the Future of AI Robots. And this is the best shit that I get in my daily. And I want to say thank you for him for being a crutch, you know?
Watching the Philip DeFranco show, and we got a lot of news to talk about today. Starting with, let's talk about our douchebags of the day. And specifically for my fellow parents out there, if you ever feel like, oh man, I'm a bad parent, at the very least, I just want you to remember you're not one of these two. Hopefully. I mean, I don't know you, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I think you are. Because the story begins with an anonymous call to 911, which got Florida Sheriff's deputies to approach this couple on Daytona Beach. And their names are Alicia Langley and Timothy Stevens.
Asymmetrical, do you see it? Brain damage. How do you get, I don't remember what the key for, what's the magnifier macro? No, Microsoft magnifier keybind or whatever. Microsoft magnifier keybind or whatever. I can't remember what it is because I don't use it enough. Yeah, what is it? Windows logo key and the plus sign and the minus sign. Okay, so we'll go back here and take a look at this. But Windows logo key plus sign. Yeah, that's pretty good, I think. Yeah. So, asymmetrical, seizure, car crash, fire, brain damage, drug use, potential hep C, asymmetrical, fist fight or car crash, strawberry burn, nasty one, right where the nerves are. 36, 33.
Also, if you are wondering why his face is so bruised, we'll get there. But anyway, these two, they're engaged and they came from Georgia for a relaxing getaway. They also brought along their kids who were 5 and 7 years old, as well as enough beer, whiskey, and other alcohol to get themselves so fucking sloshed out of their minds that they just passed out right there. Completely oblivious to the fact that their kids just wandered off on their own to fucking who knows where. When the cops showed up, they reportedly had to try 8 times to wake them up before those heavy-ass eyelids finally cracked open.
Time to wake up, guys. Hey! The sheriff's office! Wake up!
But then one of the deputies asking, hey, where are your kids? To which Stevens just gestures generally towards the ocean as he stumbled in the sand. Though I will say, thankfully, officers later found the kids unsupervised but safe at the hotel pool. So the cops, they end up arresting both of these idiots for felony child neglect. You know, they put Langley in the cop car, but then Stevens gets the bright idea, or
their marriage is over.
Body just started moving. He just all of a sudden...
Their marriage is over. It's sad. I don't know if their marriage should be over because they got drunk on a beach. Because 5 minutes ago, they were fine. I know that everybody's in the cancel mood, where we want to destroy everybody that fucks up or whatever. But I mean, I don't know if getting drunk on the fucking beach, even if the kids were left negligent, I don't know if it should destroy a marriage and put somebody in jail.
Turns and bolts.
Okay, I didn't see this coming at all. Now this one surprised me. Okay, surprised. I never would have guessed this was what was going to happen, though. Who are we? Did you think you were going to get away? You're cuffed. You're cuffed. You're not going to get away. You can't even open a car door, you fucking idiot. You're so stupid. Well, you can't even open a door.
Several whole feet before he just face planted, knocking himself out. Which is why he's also now facing charges for trying to escape. And so with all this, you had the county sheriff telling Fox,
don't do meth, kids, unless you're gonzo.
News.
I went and read the report.
This is what happens.
And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. It just boggles my mind that you would drive here and get obliterated and, you know, allow a 5 and a 7-year-old to wander off.
To him, I would say, and I mean,
I think this happens all the time. I think this happens every day. I think it's probably criminally unknown how much this happens. I think this is common, and I think it's really shitty that we have to make an example of somebody, but I think this happens every single fucking day. I think all kinds of nasty shit happens. To make him the world's butt of a joke, I don't know if he really needs that. I think he just lost his marriage, lost his kids. She lost her marriage, she lost her kids. They aren't going to have good lives now, and I don't know if getting drunk on the beach was like something that should end their lives. Is that very fair? I can see putting him in jail for, like, I don't know, the weekend and being like, we're taking your kids away forever, but I can't see them destroying their lives and their marriage and years of jail. I mean, when he ran, he was going to get years of jail. But I mean, I don't know. I don't really know how that helps anybody. Does that help the John Q public? Or I'm sorry, does that help the public if these people's lives are destroyed because they got drunk on a beach? It's a public beach full of kids. I don't know if their expectation of danger was very high. It's a public beach, you know. Probably has a lifeguard. I don't know if it's that evil to get really fall down drunk on the beach and forget that you have kids. It sucks, but it's like, it's a public beach. There's many humans within 15 feet. I don't know. I don't know what the expectation here is of like actual danger beyond could they have drowned, I guess. You know, I guess they want to err on the side of defending the kids or whatever, but destroying their lives, I don't know about that. I think destroy their lives, yes, by taking their kids away, but I don't know what jail time does for this situation beyond essentially mollify the public. I don't see why it's necessary to destroy them for making a mistake. I tend to fall on the... You know what it says in the Bible about forgiveness.
Always.
Because these guys, they don't seem evil to me. They seem stupid and drunk. And you're coming after them like they robbed a bank. Go and see some time. The man ran from them because he had no idea what was happening. And
finds a way, which is also why with these stories,
that man was so drunk. I saw him. That man was so drunk he had no idea what was going on. I might have ran too if I was in that situation. One time I was in the SeaTac airport like him, and they wouldn't let me fly, and I walked in the ladies' restroom by mistake. And boy, that was a fuck up. But I mean, I caught it inside of 3 feet. I was like, oh, wait, and a woman saw me and she ran. And I was like, oh no, I might have an incident now and I might be going to jail. But nobody said anything. It's not like I was going into the restroom on purpose. I just, was like, shit, I have no idea what room I'm going into. And that's what I'm seeing here.
I end them how I do, not for the people that I'm saying it to, but really
when they scream at them for 8 fucking minutes like that. That guy's tuned out. He has no idea what's going on.
Really, more for myself. So I feel like I tried when I say
and I don't have kids, so it's easier for me to forgive them. But this is one of the funny things about not having kids is you kind of tend to be able to kind of not have the same biases the parents do and be like, I see the human side of these people. And I don't have kids, so it's not some red cardinal sin for me. It would be if I did, I think. But I do as a judge. I try to think of how a judge would. I hope they don't get the fucking book thrown at them for this, because you got to remember, I don't think they went looking to be evil here. The intention isn't here.
Don't be stupid.
Yeah, don't get too drunk on the beach when you have kids. Fucking get a babysitter, you fucking morons. If you have enough money to buy a couple of... You know how expensive alcohol is? If you have enough money to buy 2 bottles of whiskey and a cooler of beer and shit, that shit's like $200 or some shit. It's not cheap. It's like $130. And and... if you have enough money for that, you probably should have shelled out for a fucking babysitter. And if you're at the beach, enjoy the beach with your kids if you have the kids. But if you're looking to get drunk, fucking call a babysitter. And so now you've lost your marriage and your life and your kids probably because you didn't call a babysitter. Don't be stupid.
Man, a lot of parents are just not...
Get your pop